welcome along and welcome back to Holmåkra. Today we're going to be heading down to the shop in a very large truck here, our TLX, and going and loading up the pallets for next month. So we're expecting a pretty big sell-off next month. We've got quite a long way to go, and yeah, we want to get the drop on it. So I need to get the TLX down there. I need to load all this up. And as I'm doing this mainly because somebody pointed out last time, this is going to take a while to get all of these loaded up. So I wanted to do a trip down here. Now, I've got my plans for this map and for where we're going laid out. We're going to continue doing these Friday forestry videos as much as I can. And when we get to around about the release of the new of the Platinum expansion, we're going to then take whatever we've earned from here and take it over there and see how we can do. So with any luck, we will make a decent amount of money here for us to take over there to get some of the equipment from the expansion and basically build ourselves a nice setup on there, and I'm really looking forward to that. But it means we'll get up to I think we'll get up to sort of the mid to late teens on this series, if I've worked it out properly. Right, so our trailer is over here. I should be able to, if I press shift. Yeah, look, I can put my head out from behind the from out the window. I do love this mod. This is I think this is part of the realistic movement mod, the realistic head mod. It's realistic camera mod, sorry. It can get, well, you can't go too far back with it because you just don't get out of the window, but like there-ish, I can now sort of lean out and look over the tires and get that lined up and then hook it up. That I really love. I think that's pretty awesome. Right, let's hook up our cables as well. And then, yeah, we're going to be spending some time with our JCB today. We have a lot of these. So these are all dryboard 3s. These are all dryboard 1s. And we sold off a load of the dryboard 2s. Yeah, that's dryboard 1s as well. So I'm going to try and stack them in their groups. It will be easier for us to do it that way. To reverse this up, and we're going to have to take it one set of boards at a time because, yeah, they are pretty heavy, these things. Right, let's get our height right and the tip on this right. And my biggest concern is with everything that we've got to sell off, are we going to be able to get the truck up the hill? Because it's such a long journey and such a long trip to get these dropped off. I do worry about that and worry about how well that's going to work. I'll bring this over here, and I think we're going to get probably 2 across on here. Now, these are not the easiest things to unload either. They tend to stick on the forks like that, which is not helpful at all. Right, and I want to get it further up the front as well. So yeah, all in all, this is going to be a little bit fiddly and a little bit annoying, but hopefully we should get everything on here we want to get on, and then it's going to be with the weight of this, can we get it all over to the sell point at the far side? And this is where automatic selling and that kind of thing comes in and becomes very useful, because actually I'm not going to move that with this, because you don't have to do all this journey and all this transport. You end up being able to just get rid of it. The trouble with that is, of course, you end up losing, I think it's like a 60% drop or something ridiculous like that. There we go. In we go. Lift it up. And around. And yeah, Now, I want to get nice and straight on this and see if we can't get this on here. I think our trick is probably, because of what we're going to be trying to do next time, get this all loaded up and maybe get it over to the sell point. And then we can go from there and see if... see if we can go and make... get it over there so that we can just drop it off next time. Alternatively, I might just... Oh, wow. That is just the tiniest bit stuck on the end there. We might just leave this here and see where we are. But it all depends on how much we can get on here. If we can get enough on here to get it over in one load, we will do that. If we can't, what I'll do is I will just take it over there, leave it today. And then next time, what we'll do is load up get it over there, leave it over there, sell it at the best price, then get it back here and do a second load up. I think actually I'm going to load all these number 1 boards first, and then we'll load all the number 3s on top, and that will keep things nice and flat, and we might be able to stagger things a little bit as well. If you can see, we're well, we'll see how it lines out, but at the moment I very much want to get these all lined up. And actually, do you know what? That's easier with this telehandler to load them this way than the other way. So it's looking like we're gonna get 3 full stacks of the 2.5 full stacks of these ones, and then a similar number of stacks of the the dry boards 3. I'm in Uri exactly what we're gonna do. I think my best bet is actually going to be to get the dry boards 1 loaded up and delivered over to the sell point. I think that if we try and get the dry boards 3 on here as well, we're not going to be able to do that. So yeah, we'll load all this up, we'll get these over there, and I think then we might return back to the farm and load up the wood trailer. That way what we can do is, once we've sold all these boards next time, we can come back and we can get the boards that we, or the wood that we have delivered down here, and start the whole process again. So let's put those on there like that. There we are. And there we go. Right, so 2 more boards to put on the top. It's quite a weight of boards that we've got here, but I think our trailer can handle them. And then, so tip that down slightly, pick that up, and yeah, it actually has turned out to be easier to do this 3rd person than 1st person, and that is going to be a decent number of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we've got 4, 8, 9, 10 of these boards on here. So yeah, we've got a similar number, and I think if we try and stack these any higher, it is going to cause us a problem. Let's see what the prices we've got are then. Dry boards 1, we're looking at topping out at 1,650. Current price is 1,663 and lowering. I'm very pleased I put the dry board 1s on, because they are topping out now. Dry boards 3, we're looking at 1,000. Yeah, okay. So this actually answers my question. We are going to go and sell these. These are already above their expected top price. And as a result, that actually makes it worth going and selling them today before they drop below it. And they are dropping. So they have hit that price and now on their way down. So with that being the case, we want to get these loaded up and delivered. And there's our 10th dry board 3. So yeah, we can get these now delivered. Have we got any more dry board 1s actually in storage then? Do I need to move these along and get the rest of the and get some more of these on here? Let's try and line this up as best we can. Right, there we go. And back it out. Let's go and have a look at our production quickly. What's going on down here? Oh, wow. We have a whole load of dry board. In fact, is it still processing them? It's still processing planks. So, yeah, I need to move these along. We have another load of dry boards to put on here. And a load more money to make. So, I'm not going to leave those here and not make that cash. I now need to unload dry boards 3s from here. There's quite a few popping out, and this is the thing. We have a far larger amount in here than I thought we were going to. It's a little bit crazy actually. I don't know how many dry board 3s are going to drop out. We kind of want the dry board 1s. So it's a case of just removing these until it stops popping those out. And I think that's going to be a fair few before that happens. Okay, I think we've removed enough of the dry board 3s now to get the dry board 1s coming out again. Is that a dry board 1 over there, or is that a 3? That might be a 1. I'm hoping that's a 1. Because we really need to load up at least 2 more dry board 1s. Is that a dry board 1? That is a dry board 1. Fantastic. So, yeah. And that will give us 2 more of those onto here. And that, I think, is going to be the most I want to get on here. This trailer is looking fairly full. And we've got some fairly big hills to climb with it. I don't want... to cause myself a whole load of problems trying to get over there, because it's steep enough as it is, and trying to get over there with too much weight is just going to take forever. And it's one of those journeys that can get pretty boring if you're just struggling up the hills all the time. It is, as I've said before, the one thing I'm not too hot on this map is how difficult it is to get from this side of the map to the other to sell stuff, because it is just a slog and a chore and a fairly difficult thing to do. I think what we might do is we're going to make a lot of money off this. We might see if we can upgrade the engine on our Phoenix when we come back. But I think we do have another dry board 1 come out of here. Yes, we have, but that is already 3 stacks tool. That's 12 lots of this. Let's see, 20,000 liters of these dry boards at over 1,600 each. That is going to be worth a lot. But I have got to get it over the hill, and if this... how this is struggling at the moment to pull this is any indication, this is going to be a hard journey. And we've only got half a day to do it. The first leg of this journey is fairly simple. It's pretty flat all the way along the river here. But you get to the end of the river and you start to get this pull up the hill. So what I need to do is try and carefully... drop down some gears, maintain my speed, try and keep the revs up. Yeah, there we go. If we can get it close to 20,000. But the trouble is you turn too sharply with this. It's fairly top heavy as well, and you end up rolling the truck. So very slow, deliberate turns. and keep as much momentum as I can. And you can see we're already losing the speed. And then we get up to the climb, the worst bit of it, and we already don't have the revs to do it. And we're already just sort of dropping down the gears to try and maintain those revs, get it up, and keep pulling this up the hill. And we just go up in first. And that's the trouble. We're now just crawling along at 8 miles an hour, trying to get up this hill. And then trying to take advantage of the extra speed and the flatter bits as much as we can. This is probably the most successful I've been on getting this. But even so, it's a hard old slog. I think a bigger engine in this Phoenix would probably help us to get up here. And you can see on the steep bit, we're now just chugging along at 1 mile an hour. We've got a decent number of revs, but there's no way I can go up a gear in this. And as a result, it just slowly climbs up the mountain. And there's 2 or 3 of these climbs in this journey. And it's why it takes so long for us to get round, and such a huge, I keep using the word, such a huge slog to get up here. And then when we get to the top and things start to level out a bit, we see the revs start to go up a gear, and try and get ourselves moving a bit faster again. See if we can build up a bit more momentum, ready for the next climb. And my biggest worry is slipping into reverse, because if I slip into reverse, it makes everything that much harder. One amazing thing to being up here is the view out across the lake and across everywhere else is absolutely amazing. You could build a logging area up here, but the trouble isn't so much being up the top here and having to take stuff down, because that's easy enough. The trouble is when you have to take stuff from the sawmill over to here. And then, yeah, this is the fun bit. This is where you then have to go down gears to try and control your speed, because the last thing you want to do is hit the bottom of this hill too fast and basically end up tumbling down. Let's put the brakes on. Yeah, you can come too fast down here. Definitely. See, and I'm slipping into reverse every so often. Right, here's the danger bit. You come down here too fast, and yeah, you will go flying. At the bottom, you will just tip straight over. But we're all good. Right, where is our turning at the bottom? It's got to be around here somewhere. It goes nice and flat here, and the map is a little bit disingenuous. I'll show you around here. There is a road. In fact, it's not on here, but if I go out to the main map over here, look out here. Nice flat road all the way around the outside of the map that you can't use, which is just slightly annoying. Right, we want to turn down here. Or do I? No, I don't want to turn down there. That's not where we want to be turning. Turn down there, I'm going to try and go back up the mountain. I don't want to be doing that. I want to take the next turning. Let's back this up. I don't think I've got the most powerful engine in this. And I think with what we're about to sell, we can probably upgrade it. So here's the sell point up here. We've been here a couple of times before. No. Come down a little bit. There we go. Just maintain that speed and bring it around the corner. Oh, this is going to make us a decent amount of money. It really is. We've also got a whole load of wood chips to sell. I've got to not ignore the wood chips. We are going to have to get a trailer for those to get them over here. Right, let's carefully get this in. Does this have a rear steering axle? I think it might. Right. The easiest way to get it in is to do it like that. Oh. It's a tiny door that you have to get in at an angle. Right, and back it up. There we go. Void the door. There we are. And is it going to take it straight off? Or do I have to undo the stuff? Nope, it is. It's selling it off. And that's the first lot. 17,000 for the first lot. And the second lot, another 8,000 for that. Oh, God. It's, yeah. It's a fiddly sell point. But up to 34,000. It's a very fiddly sell point. Bring it around, bring it around. There we go. There we are. Rest of those off. And another 8,000. So 42,918 is the total from this first lot. Let's get this back over to our sawmill and see how much more that we've got to load up for selling today. I will say one thing, the journey back is a lot quicker and a lot easier. Without everything on the back and the fact that it's downhill most of the way on the way back makes it so much easier. Now, we know we've got at least one dry boards one on there. So let's get that out and go and have a look at the rest of what we've got. So we have in storage at least two, at least two more dry boards ones. So I'm going to get that loaded up and try and get those sold today as well. I have an idea for how we might actually fit more on here. But yeah, considering that's a pretty good sell-off. In fact, how much have we made today from crops, from sales? 34,270 today from sales. So we've got a fair amount still working its way through. And we've got, we're going to be going a while yet with these. It all depends on how much we can get done before the end of the day. I think it's going to be a bit of a sell-off for the next couple of months. Trying to get as much money out of these as possible. Get ourselves a little bit higher up and a little bit sorted out. And then we'll have a look at things like trying to upgrade the Phoenix, seeing if we can get a little more power onto it. And even if I only load this up in such a way that I can get lots of dry board 3s on here, that would be good. But I don't think I need to. I think we're going to be pulling dry board 1s out of here for a little bit longer and making some more money. In fact, nope, there comes a set of dry board 3s out. That is a lot of stuff. And what I'm going to do is put this right down here and see if we can balance this all out. Dry board 1s are not going to drop massively in price. But if we can fit more dry board 3s on here, that would be good. Right, there we go. And round like that. And then I want to see if we can start to get some dry board 3s on here. Like so. This is going to be a massive sell-off for all of this. It really is. Dry board 3s, again, only have 1,700 in them. So, while they're bigger, they are not any more expensive or any more full. And this is going to be a little bit of a messy stack, but it should at least allow us to stack them. And actually, That is not going to do anywhere near what I thought it was going to. No, this is a bad idea. It's a bad idea, and I don't like it. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start stacking them on top here instead. And we'll get that first one, and we'll restack that so that's in the right place. But yeah, I don't think we can stack it any other way. After a little bit of fiddling about, I think I've cracked it. We've got a couple of... So we've got the one, or the dry board ones, sort of propping up the ends of the ones on the very front. We can then stack on top of those with a little bit of overlap without too much hassle. And then if we get a couple of dry board ones on the back as well, that is going to let us get a lot more on this trailer for this load. And looking at this, as a result, what we'll probably end up doing is just loading this up this time and taking it to sell next time. And that should give us a good amount. Let that just settle. How's that looking? That is looking quite good. That seems to have just about sorted it. What I really need, though, is another set of dry board ones to even things out at the back. Although, thinking about it, I might not. I might be able to get away with taking that single set off and just loading more of these on. That is quite far over. We need to go and push them from the other side. Yeah, I think I might take that lonely set of dry board ones off the far side there and just load the rest of this trailer up with dry board 3s. That way, A, we get as many dry board 3s on here as we can, and B, when another set of dry board 1s come off the other side, or come off and we can load them up, we'll be able to do what we've done here and sort of even things out a little bit. So yeah, let's undo that. Let's bring this over. And also, I'm quite pleased with the collisions on these dry board 3s. They are actually going over the tops and not sort of holding down in the middle like the dry board 1s are. So yeah, they're a much more realistic and much nicer setup, really. So yeah, let's get these loaded up with onto here. It's not producing anymore at the moment. We'll probably get some more out the next day. But if we go to 4 high on here, we might get all of these on. Well, we've definitely managed to squeeze more on this load than we did on the previous one. And that is quite a high stack on here. And yeah, this is quite a loaded trailer. I've got 2 more to get on and space for 2 at the front, I think. Let's get those loaded onto there. But yeah, we can't ignore the need, I think, for a bigger engine on this. We do have 42,000. I think it should be enough to get us the biggest engine we can on this this Phoenix. It is gonna need it to get up that hill with this much wood on the back. Definitely going to need it. On the plus side, this is gonna be a massive payday, and will make it completely worth doing that upgrade. It's wow, that is a lot of wood on here. I'm looking forward to going and seeing exactly how much this is. I'm expecting more to produced overnight, so we're probably going to have a couple of trips next game day anyway. But yeah, we are in line for a massive payday a week on Friday. And I am up for it. It's going to be brilliant. It's going to make a big difference to us going forward. And yeah, if we have enough money to do start from scratch, to have more than start from scratch on the next map, we will. Otherwise, it'll just be starting from scratch again. Here, though, That is a lot of wood. How much is that? So we got... Oh, we actually got some type 2s on here. I thought we did. So we've got 8,500 of one type. We've got 25,000 another and 3,400. So yeah, there is at least one type 2 stack on here. What have we got at the back here? Dry boards 2. Yeah, we got a stack of dry board 2. 2 stacks of dry boards 2 at the bottom at the back here. So yeah, that is what those are. Right, let's undo that. Take that off. Yeah, to disconnect that. Drop the trailer off. And ready for next time. Let's go and see if it's possible to upgrade the engine on this Phoenix. Because, as I said, it is going to need it to get up that hill. And yeah, this was bought secondhand anyway, so it probably needs a good repair too. There's our Landy. Right, let's have a look. The TLX is worth 20,000. Let's customize it. Let's see what we've got. So the biggest engine we can put is an extra 32,000. Takes us from really 485 to, wow, 1,500 horsepower. That is huge. And I think that's worth going for, to be honest. So, yeah, let's customize that. 32,000. So basically everything we got today, we have now spent on our Phoenix. But I think that is probably a good place to leave it. We are going to grab that next time. We're going to take all of that wood. We're going to sell it. And we're going to see how much it's worth. Today, we are going to be doing some more selling. We've got quite a lot of stuff still to get over to the sell point. We have upgraded our truck based on the money we made last time, which is going to be massively useful to us. We've got a pretty full trailer's worth of wood here. And yeah, so many planks. In fact, we've got another set of planks that come out. I'm wondering if I can fit them in the middle at the front here. It's quite a big... no, I'm not going to risk any more. We will we'll get some more if we can. But yeah, that's a little bit much, I think. So connect up our trailer. Connect up all of our hoses and everything. And yeah, look at this. We have... Well, how much have we got? It should tell me on here, I think. So we got 25,500 litres of one set of planks, 8,500 of the second, and 3,400 of the third. And it's going to be quite a big trip to get. The truck seems to be having very little trouble with it. Which is great news, so I'm quite happy. It doesn't seem to be the most stable thing in the world, but it is looking pretty good. We have definitely hit the limits of how much we can load onto this trailer. It is very, very top heavy. It is very overloaded and it is very unhappy. So I'm going to have to take it a little bit careful along the road. I don't think we have a problem with the truck. The truck is pulling this absolutely fine. It's more that if I do too sharp a turn at too high a speed, the whole thing just, you can feel it start to go. You can see the whole thing lean to one side. So yeah, I think once we get up the top and get moving, that'll be fine. But at the moment, the bit that's scaring me is just turning a corner. Anything approaching even a marginal speed. It is really, really really sort of moving, and I can't quite think of the word I'm looking for at the moment, partly because I'm concentrating so hard in trying not to turn this over. You can see it moving as we're coming along this road here, and actually the wheels at the back of our trailer are quite high up. In fact, I think that would be making quite a scraping sound if you had those had this doing this in real life. So yeah, this is very much overloaded. I think we would possibly require a previous level. Now I'm actually looking at this. I want to stop quickly because that doesn't look strapped down. I think that's just the wood that's at the top there. Okay, what is that wood at the top there then? Let's have a quick look. Will it tell me? Dry boards 2? Yeah, it's dry boards 2. We had that before, where the dry boards 2 didn't quite show or didn't quite get locked down in the same way. So yeah, that's okay. That is all locked onto there. We can keep going, and we're about to get started on the hill climb. This truck's had no problem so far. We're about to see if the maximum engine on this TLX can get up this mountain with this load. I think that upgrade to the engine might just have been worth it. I mean, it is not having any trouble coming up this hill or up this road, other than me not quite keeping it on the road. But look at this, we're still maintaining 22 miles an hour up this road, whereas before we just were not doing that. We just did not have the power to make it up this hill. And to the point where, as I said, I am more worried at the moment about this getting top heavy and turning, because we're going too fast up, too fast around the corners. It is struggling a little bit more now. We've got a bit of a steeper slope, but we're still sort of maintaining double figures for the moment. And it's not giving me a huge problem on the revs. Really happy with the money that we've pushed into this Phoenix in order to do this transport of, yeah, as I said, frankly, an overloaded trailer. So this is really nerve-wracking. I am making it round and making it up here, but even the slightest corner is a little bit worrying. And I'm just, anything that's a turn, I'm slowing down for. And just trying to cut the speed, brake a little bit, try and keep the back of this a bit more stable. I don't think I would load up a trailer this full again, because it is just, yeah, it is just so nerve-wracking trying to get this up here. And trying to slow down to reach the peak like this. Now, my biggest worry now, having made it here, is we've got to get down the other side of this mountain. And it's quite a steep descent on the way back. You can see we've got no revs on the engine. We've got very little control as a result. And yeah, even putting my foot on the brake, it's not going very well. You see the whole thing rolling the whole time. I mean, if we come out here, just looking at this roll to the side there as we come down this mountain, and that is how top heavy we are. The slightest bit and it could go. And right, corner and downwards. That is not fun. But we have made it down the slope, and we're now going a little bit faster than I would like. But we have made it down successfully. I am slightly worried, actually, whether, as high as this is, we're actually going to be able to unload it. It's will it fit into the shed is going to be our next big worry. And if not, how are we actually going to get stuff off here? I will have to go all the way back, grab the JCB and unload it separately. Right, it's not this turning here. That takes us back up to the woods. It's going to be this turning here. So down in the speed. Because, yeah, the slope of that is not very nice to us. That is definitely the quickest, though, we've managed to get over here. We've managed to maintain a double figure speed for most of it. And, yeah, it's going to give us a very, very nice amount of money. So let's pop out here. And, yeah, we need to bring the wood chips over here as well. We do have a tall enough door. Perfect. Can we actually? I mean, that door there's open. Will this one open? Oh, perfect. I don't think it's going to be very easy to get everything off. We'll see. So we might be able to drive in the end here and position ourselves in here in such a way that we can easily unload this. Certainly it would be better than how we've been doing it before. Let's bring this around here. Hopefully we can get into the sell point. Yeah, that's emptying the front lot there. That's one lot, 16,996. Looks like the middle section isn't going to work quite so well. So let's see if we can get the back section off. Oh, these doors are wide open and completely in my way. Well, that's a good start, 16,000. This lot should also pay for the upgrades that we've done to our truck here. There we go. 2 more loads of stuff unloading. Another 22,000 off those. Right. And then what we want to do with the last stuff is try and reverse this in such a way that we park the whole trailer around and into that sell point. Oh, we sold a little bit. We managed to get a few bits in there. So this might actually be a good way to go. There we go. That is all in there. Selling the rest of it. And another 11,000. How much did we sell in total then? 61,676. That is nearly double what we sold previous day. So that is absolutely perfect. Well worth upping the amount of engine power that we had here. So yeah, I'm gonna now get this back to our sawmill, and I think it's probably time to sell some of our wood chips. With the load off the back of the truck, that is one of the quickest drive backs I've had. It had no issues with the mounted at all. So I'm very, very pleased that we've upgraded the Phoenix to the largest engine we can. It was a very good use of our money, and it's just going to make... It's going to make everything that we have to do on here over the next sort of 8 weeks until the release of the upcoming Platinum Edition or Platinum Expansion really, really easy. Because, yeah, this truck will not only be able to escort stuff up to the sell point, but also should be able to give us access to getting things on this flatbed up to our logging camp if we want as well, if we can get larger equipment. So yeah, that is absolutely brilliant. Don't think we have enough money to buy our JCB yet. Let's have a quick look here in the leased stuff. So to purchase that would cost 94,000, so no, we're keeping going with that for now. Forestry trailer, we could buy that for 18,000. Telehandler tool, I'm not going to get that at the moment, and the low loader, that would be 26,000. So we could use our money to buy the forestry trailer and the low loader, but I'm gonna leave it for now because I want to head over to the shop. We need to get hold of something to sell the wood chips with. Okay, so to go with, to transport the wood chips, we've got about 44,000 litres of wood chips. I'm going to go with something slightly different. We could go with something like, well, really, the only big bulk trailer we got is this, 59,000 litres or 59 meters squared. It can hold quite a bit. It's 95,000 though, which is fairly expensive. So what I want to do is I'm going to grab this. This is the TLX pup frame. It comes with our big TLX truck. I want to put what we're going to put on it. I think we'll put the Continentals on it, maybe. Yeah, we'll go with the Continentals. Frame, I'm going to leave as the black. Rim color, I'm going to put the chromes on it. And then the license plate, we need to match our truck. So type 2. We match up to Taz's other one. So there we go. Back only and okay. So that's going to cost us 5,500. Buy that. Yep. And then to go on that and to go on our truck, we are going to get this, the TLX dumper 2 times. So we're going to grab this. We're going to go with the standard capacity. We're not going to... No, we're not going to worry about the beacons. I am going to get the cover on it. So the main color would be the olive new age. And the cover color would be the school bus. And yeah, we want to buy 2 of those. So yes. And yes. And that actually is quite a lot. Now I'm looking at this. I think I probably might pick up a couple of these when we get back. These are a similar sort of... Well, I think they can hold a similar sort of amount to our other ones. And yeah, we can get this in a... That might be good. I don't know if it will hold the trees that we're looking for, but as a means with our TLX of getting things, I think it would be a really, really good way to go. So yeah, let's go grab our truck, hook it up to our new trailers, and then load them up with some oh, there we go. I think that's, yeah, that's attached. And then load them up with some wood chips so that we can go and get them sold. Bringing this over here. These actually look quite large, which should work out really well for us. As I said, 21,000 litres, decent sized looking trailers. Will they... Do we have to change the frame on this? That's a distinct possibility. I thought that it was just a case of backing this up and locking it on. But no, it looks like I might have to take my TLX into the shed and change it slightly, unless I need a completely different one. So into our workshop, let's go and have a look. I think we need to get this removed. So I'm not looking to change the shape of the body in anything. Just looking to get the rigid setup done. So customize that. And configuration, we got standard. We should have a couple of options. There's the rigid ×2. That I think lengthens our truck. Do we have a standard rigid? There's, yeah, so many configurations. So yeah, there is the rigid setup. So that is going to cost us 3,800, which is fine. This back up to here. On with the rigid body dumper like so. Oh, I think I like this setup more. Other than having to reconfigure it to get stuff up, on the flatbed. I think we can do more with this. Do I need... Oh, we need more changes. Okay, so it's not a configuration. You just walk up to the back and it adds it on. I thought it was missing it. Never mind. Let's get this then done here. And yeah, that confused the hell out of me then. Not being able to see it on the back and not realizing that I was just in the wrong place to do it. I'm okay. So we'll back this up under here. And yeah, I think with the amount of work it would be to... Oh, there we go. Yeah, almost underneath. With the amount of work it would be to keep changing the configuration on this, it might just be worth not doing that. Let's get the cover off that. Oh, I'm gonna have to come back round. Oh no, we should be able to reverse this up. It's not like this is a dolly. This should work fine. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I kind of liking this configuration a little bit more for our setup. So yeah, we could get 2 flatbeds, we could get 2 setups for the logs on here. I think it's pretty comparable to our logging trailer, and the flatbed we have at the moment, we don't own it, and the same goes for our logging trailer. We could just clear both of those out and set this whole thing up for it, which would work really, really well. First trailer full. Let's switch. So let's cover that up. Switch over to the second one and no, and uncover that. Right, and then we can refill that one as well. And that will give us about 42,000, almost completely clear out all of the wood chip and allow us to go and sell all of that too. There we go. That is all full. We'll close up the cover on the second one. And yeah, this is just a really good way to do this. And I think it might actually add to more stability when we go to sell things if we put them on flatbeds on here. And they're not overly expensive for us to set up. So yeah, this I think is the way to go. We'll go and sell this wood chip, get a little bit of extra cash in, and then I think it's time to reconfigure how we work. This is definitely more stable going up this mountain with this on the back. And it is having no issues pulling it. I'm wondering actually if we could do a full-on road train with 3 of these on here, because this is handling this with no issues at all. And yeah, we do lose a little bit, but you're still going 25 miles an hour as we approach the top of this hill. Absolutely brilliant. And yeah, gonna make all of the problems that we have on this map with transport and everything else just disappear, because it's just making the whole thing that much easier to do. For a while now on this series, getting up and down the mountain, getting to sell things, all of that has felt like quite a bit of a slog, and it's so very, very nice to have a piece of kit that we're able to handle it and able to actually get round fairly quickly. Previous times when we've sold stuff on here, we've spent an entire video just getting over here once and struggling, and to lose that struggle and to be actually able to effectively work this map now is a massive boost, and I'm so pleased that the TLX has come into its own. As a result, today we are going to reconfigure this. It's gonna open everything up and make a massive difference to us. What I'm gonna have to do selling this though, don't think, yeah, realism wise, I'm gonna back up the rear trailer first. We'll then detach that and then we'll back up our main dumper. Let's just see what the price of wood chip is, and that would be up here somewhere. there we go. Wood chips. It is £41 per 1,000 litres. It is a bit in the doldrums at the moment, but in fact, yeah, it can go as high as 133. But we do have full setup, and we don't have any space to store. So I am going to get rid of this now. So we won't make as much as we might otherwise, but it's certainly going to pay for probably us to redo the wood trailer and everything. So we'll bring this over here. Yep. And we will disconnect. Also, having smaller flatbreads is going to make it easier for us to unload stuff into the shed over here. We had all that trouble with the flatbed just now. Yeah, we can get rid of all of that if we just stick with the setup we've got here. And dip. And this will get rid of this. I am liking this truck a lot with this setup. This dumper is absolutely brilliant. I'm going to have a play around with these again. 82 Studio does fantastic mods. And I don't think a piece of equipment from him has come out and me not like it. It's always been fantastic stuff with so many options. Absolutely brilliant. So we are going to head back down to the main yard and drop these off. I think we're going to probably drop them off near to, if not under the wood chip slot, and that way we can easily pick them up and unload them later. We've not got any use for these dumpers up at our main logging site yet, so yeah, not worth it having them up there, but so they can stay down there. And then I think we're going to look at the reconfiguration of what we've got. So back down to our sawmill for the second time, and I don't know, I think I'm going to look at the setup of this, but I think we might be able to drop off. Do you know what? No, I was originally thinking about doing this in such a way that we kept the rear one on its setup, but to be perfectly honest, I think our best bet is actually going to be to pull this under here. Right, select, come over here. Oh, take the cover off that. So, no, wrong one. Let's switch to the right one. Cover off that. And once that's off, disconnect that. Yep, there we go. Disconnect this. Like so, and yeah, just drive straight out from underneath both of them. What we'll have to do then is, it won't be quite so simple as that. Oh, I suppose it would. We could just reverse this whole setup underneath to then re-get them. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to come over here and we're going to head over to the shop and replace our log trailer, I think. So the log trailer we have at the moment is this one here. It's the Lizard Logistics LT689. It is massive. It costs us a fair amount each month. If we were to purchase it, it would be 18,000. So it doesn't actually cost us that much per month. But we would have to reconfigure our truck every time. So I'm going to return that and get rid of the cost that we have for it for each month, and instead replace it with two of these. The TLX Logger 2X. We are going to make the poles on this the School Bus New Age, and the other bits, yeah, we'll go with the olive green. So you can't really see much on that. And I want to buy two of those. So yes, 3,000 and 3,000. So 6,000 in total. Still less than if we were going to buy the big logging trailer. And then we should be able to just come over here and I'm going to try and reverse through this first one. And again, this is where what I've just done with that other trailer will be quite telling. But I think we can. I think we can just reverse through like this. And if we go and grab the front one first, and look at that. In we go. Right, under here. Clamp that on. Perfect. Yeah, and these are pretty big. I mean, these definitely will be able to hold sizes of logs. And as I've said, we're not overly worried about how long the logs we bring in here are. It goes through our sawmill, creates planks, and the planks get sold. So yeah, it's we don't lose any money, I don't think, for that. And look at that. That is just great. So now we have a good logging setup to transport those up. Let's get this back up to our logging camp. And yeah, I think I'm going to get rid of that flatbed as well. We don't really need it. It's costing us even more. And when we come to sell stuff next time, I think we'll just grab a couple of flatbeds for this setup and go that way. This just seems so much better to me. Now, this is the test for this truck. Can it get up this really, really steep slope? And in fact, that isn't even breaking a sweat. This is the toughest bit of travel we have up here. The only way this area gets tougher is if the snow is on the ground. And yeah, I'd be intrigued to see how that handles that. But at the moment, this Phoenix, this is everything we need on our logging setup. And back up to our logging camp. Let's bring this in here. Yeah, this is going to do perfect. We are going to be able to get a really good amount of logs down. We are going to be heading back up the mountain after our big sell-off last time. We actually have some money in the bank. And I'm looking at what we've got at the moment least, and kind of going, I don't think we need the low loader anymore. It is sitting by our load up area, but I think we could get away with getting some flatbeds, maybe from so doing the same things we've got here. We've got we've got this here, which is a flatbed. I think it will take stuff for our setup. So I think next time, oh wow, we could go with a we don't want auto load, so we could go for a standard flatbed, or we could go for the extended. We might have a look at this. This would cost us 4,500 in the extended configuration. So considering how much it costs us to keep that flatbed hanging around, it probably isn't a wise thing to have sitting there, just costing us money all the time. I think we'd probably have an easier time loading stuff up and not having to change the connection on our truck every time. The other thing is, there were a few mentions in the comments last time that I shouldn't really keep detaching stuff from the back trailer here. And I think I agree with that. The cost to get those extra trailers, they are not very expensive. I think, where are they? I think they're under trailers, aren't they? Let's have a look. Yeah. So it's only 2,500 for those. So we might pick up another 2 of those if we go and do that flatbed setup. So plenty to think about, especially with the new setup. We got the TLX now, and see how we go. There is another piece of kit I want, and I'll show you that once I've got the tractor up the top here. It struggles up the hill. Not as much as it struggles up the hill from the shop, but still not overly happy climbing up this mountain. We've got something that we should be able to use to give us a much better cutting and not have to get out of the cab in the rain. So Going to be looking at that later as well. Let's pop out because it's not overly easy to see here. There we go. I think I might take this tree out here first today. It does kind of get in the way a little bit. We're trying to get up to this area here where it should make things easier for us to work. A lot flatter up here. We're getting near to the edge of our area a little bit up here as well, though. So I want to be careful. But yeah, we've got plenty of... I mean, up this area here, this is prime for us to be cutting and doing things very easily. Now, the piece of kit that I want to get and add to here, that we've got under forestry, and that is this. Now, I spoke briefly about this last time, but this is a 3-point wood harvester for a tractor. It's only 70,000, and yeah, would very, very much speed things up for us. So looking at possibly getting that. And then what we do is, rather than having this on the back, pulling logs down to cut them up, we'd put the wood harvester on the back. We'd have this on the front, and yeah, we'd be very, very able to get stuff harvested really easy. I don't think we've got... How much is some of our equipment worth? I don't think any of this is worth enough for us to sell and get. In fact, where is... Oh, it must be on the forestry equipment. Yeah, it's only 3,060. So we don't have enough money. We can't do that at the moment. But certainly we should be able to in the near future once we get some more pallets delivered, because of course we can now deliver pallets really easily. So I'm going to take some of these trees out. We will then be able to get them down the mountain, I hope. Or at least we'll be able to get our lorry up here. So if I cut so this falls up mountain, that'll make it much easier to handle. Like so. And that is a nice sized tree. We want to alt, and we need that up, don't we? Right. Okay, and we're going for... Actually, I don't know how big. You know what? I don't know how big our new trailers are, so let's take the marker off. Just going to pop down to the bottom, check that, and then we'll come back up. How large a log can we fit in this? We'll start 1 point there, go along. So we can fit 5-meter ones in, I think. Yeah, those will take 5-meter ones. So we're going to cut 5-meter logs to fill this up. So back up the top. And so we want to take 5-meter cuts of this, or under 5-meter cuts. So a 4.86 rather than a 5.07. It doesn't matter, other than we will get more logs onto the trailer if they're slightly longer, or we'll get more wood onto the trailer, I should say, if they're slightly longer. That's slightly over 5 meters. Oh, I know what I also haven't done. We need to go and debranch these first, really, as well. There we go. Let's just run along this, get this debranched like so. And my plan is to try and get the lorry up here with both trailers and see if we can get it loaded up here without it disappearing down the mountain. There we go. Last one is exactly 5 meters, pretty much. So yeah, that's a good first tree. Let's... All of these are a little bit more mature, so as a result they're larger trees. And this is why I wanted to get up here and be cutting these trees, because we're going to get a better set of logs and set up and a better amount of wood up here. We will eventually have to replant it, but we are looking at moving on from Holmåkra in about I think it works out as about 8 to 10 episodes. When new when the platinum expansion comes out. So when that comes out, what we're going to do is we are going to switch whatever we have over here, however much money and probably the equipment we have on here, over to that, and continue our logging setup there, and go from there. I think. There we go. No, let's set up our length. There we go. And again, another 4.88 meters. This would have been a great day to have been in the truck, just delivering planks all day. It is so wet up here. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we'll take this one as well, because I think our roadway is probably going to come straight up through here anyway. So up the mountain with this, and cut that, and there we go, down it goes. Oh yeah, these are some nice big trees up here. It'll be interesting to see how far 3 trees go on this. What I'm gonna need to bring the trailer up here, as well as the main flatbed setup we've got, simply because I don't think I could drive all the way down there with a load of logs on, and get them and then drive back with the trailer. Plus that would be a real waste of time. So let's set that, and one more to cut. Having the wood harvester would be really good, because while even when it says exactly 5 meters on this, that is not exactly 5 meters. It's there are inaccuracies that come in the whole time. So yeah, having the wood harvester would mean we get exactly 5 meter loads onto this. Right, I'm gonna run down the mountain quickly, go and grab the truck, and we'll bring it up here and get this loaded up. I do like what we've done with the road coming up here. It's great. It'll be even better once we've got the full road up the mountain done. It's up here and then around, and actually, yeah, that tree is not in the way at the moment. And then I need to be careful, because this is not actually up here as far as I thought it was. But I'm gonna park this across the mountainside. Hopefully that will make things easier to load up, like so. Then we can jump into this, and yeah, you can see now where the simplicity of having the wood harvester on the back would be. We would just come up here, we'd cut all the wood with the harvester, and then we'd just pick it up with our front loader here and load it onto the trailer, and yeah, it would make things easier. The only thing that worries me about that wood harvester is, are any of our trees here are too thick for it. Right, trying to get I want to get under it, but I don't want to send this flying down the mountain either. Let's get on that like that, get that like that, and then turn up. There we go. Much better grasp of it that time. Now I just need to make sure I avoid the trailers, and I can get this loaded up. How well does this fit? Let's find out. So get it so that it is actually in on that far end. Oh, slow down. This is the only trouble with doing this where we're loading downhill, is that the brakes on this Fiat aren't great, and therefore, way you can see, sometimes we just go flying. But that's in there, and it seems to be pretty good. I think I take it back. Trying to load downhill is really, really horrible. The brake, as I was saying earlier, the brakes on the Fiat aren't great, and we pick up, we grab it, and I try and get the front loader as high as I can. Not great for my center of gravity, especially going downhill, but considering it's either that or I smash into the side of the truck most of the time. So we then carefully on the brakes the whole way down, come to here, and then open it up, and just hopefully everything sort of slides into place. But the other trouble we've got is you can see it's all loading the truck downhill. So yeah, the truck itself is slowly getting stuck on this tree. I think we need to back this off and get it in a better position. Yeah, there we go. That's what I feared. We're stuck on that tree because the truck has just slowly moved downhill as we've been loading up. Okay, finally got it clear. And what I'm gonna have to do, I think, is just reverse. I need to, do you know what? Front of the truck needs to be facing downhill. That's how I'm gonna position this. It will come up and around. I can't get past there, so we'll bring it down here and try and split it on this tree here, like so. So now we should be able to get things loaded up. I will say the brakes on this so much nicer. Oh wow, that just makes all the difference. Hopefully now though, I've left myself enough space to actually load this up. I think we're gonna have to load to clear some space along this edge first to give myself enough space to turn around, and then to try and clear enough to get access to that back trailer. I think we're gonna be all right, but it's yeah, surprisingly for the amount of space we've got here, we're kind of hemmed in really. I think I've figured out the best way to do this now. I'm basically keeping the tractor on this level here across the slope, not trying to turn it around, so I'm not giving it the opportunity to go downhill much, and therefore avoiding the issues of it running away from me. And yeah, these 5-meter logs are pretty much perfect for us on here. So, whoa, get that up. Tip the front over. Yeah, that's not quite in the right place. And move ourselves across a little bit. That should do it. Go on, in you go. There we are. And yeah, the logs tend to find their own level after a little while, and all works out fine. So it's not too bad. And I think we've cut the stumps short enough this time not to be a problem either, which is all good news. It looks like these 3 trees are all gonna fit in our front log trailer here, which is great because that means well, that means we should be able to get 3 more, you know, 6 trees in total done off here today, which will get our plank production up and running nicely again, and will mean that we end up being able to sell a lot of stuff. And I think very much I am going to spend a little bit of money, get rid of that flatbed, and give us 2 flatbeds we can load up, and then do, if I could do 3 flatbeds, one for each type of planks, that would probably be a really good way to go. It would cost us more, but I think we'd make it back fairly quickly from those flatbeds, or from the planks when we go to sell. And it wouldn't actually cost us anything because, of course, this is another no loans series. But the last one here, I think, yeah, we can pick that one up and should be able to get that. If I jump, that go in? Yeah, that went in just right. Let's, with that out of the way, get this one. This gun still quite a way up here, this, but should still be easy for us to get at. The only downside now to filling this across the mountain rather than filling it down mountain like this rather than across mountain, is the fact that we are unable to take advantage of the height. So before we were nicely high, now we are It's a little bit further for us to grab it, but go on, get on that. I need them to go actually to the other side. We may have to try and get around and fill the other side of that, because that is a little bit low on the other side, and we don't want to unbalance the trailer. Will this one pick up with this, or do we need to do this by hand as well? We are going to fit all 3 of these trees in this trailer, which, as I said, is great. Oh, wow, I am not getting anywhere near that, am I? Nope, we'll just have to put it from this side and hope. In fact, I think we could get a 4th tree on here. Looking at this, there is definitely space. You see, this is why I try and avoid going downhill. That was a full braking. Right, let's get the last of this tree in here, or these trees in here, and then we can look at where we can cut next. There we go. That is the last big tree branch. The rest of this should be able to be picked up and put straight in. So up and over. For some reason, I'm able to jump pretty high at the moment. Maybe it's just I get better purchase on these logs. And then, yeah, we just got this short one up here as well. Oh, wow, this still needs some trimming on it. I think I tried trimming this earlier and couldn't. Yeah, there we go. That got it. Pick that one up as well. That still needs trimming. Right. Pick that up. And put that on too. So, back off. Jump. Yeah, we seem to be able to jump on the side of the logs here. Right, so that's those 3 trees in there. It's not quite full, this trailer, but I think I'm quite happy to strap all that down, and we'll call that done for that one. So we just need to fill up this rear one, and I get the tractor out of the way. I think there's a couple of... Yeah, I think with the area we're in, we'll take this one and send it down mountain, and this one. And that will be 3 good trees for the remainder of today. So, yeah, let's get them cut and ready to load up. Right, that's the last one. And all 3 of them have kind of fallen in a pile. We might have to get the... Wow, this one goes really high up here. We might have to get the touch fan out, and that's why we've still got it up here. Just to try and pull trees into place if we need to. But first, we need to strip them and see exactly what we have where, and how easy it's going to be to clean all these up. Because as you can see, some of these are now overlapping quite a bit. When we start to cut them, it'll make it easier, and we'll be able to clear them off fairly well. Come on, clear off, please. There we go. Sometimes it's just that little bit more difficult to get some of these bits. And just about done. And this again would be a nice job that the wood harvester would cover really easily, and we wouldn't have to worry about running along logs and clearing them off. Would make our lives so much better to have something like that up here. I know what'll happen though. I'll go and get it. I'll get it up here, and it won't work on these really big trees. It'll be something that'll be something that we need one of the more expensive cutters for. Right, I need to cut the one underneath here first, because well, we need to get this down so I can cut it. And now I've got the other 2 cut, we can cut this one, as it's now down to a level that is available to us. So yeah, pretty well gone this way. Let's get the measure back on, and again, yeah, that's not exactly 5 meters. Close enough. How big is that? 5.4. So yeah, 5 meters is not always a good amount for us to go with. Looking at this, we're cutting 5.2. So yeah, if we get it close to 5, we're actually cutting over 5 meter lengths, which are fitting onto the trailer fine. But it's good to know that we can cut, you know, we can cut as low as 4.5 and not be worried about how long we're cutting these, which is really good. There we go. Just need to cut the end bit off that, and that is a whole load of wood laying very higgledy-piggledy all over our mountainside. Let's put some of this small stuff out of the way. Gonna dump it over here, because the trouble is that is gonna get very much difficult. It's going to be difficult for us to put on the bottom. I really need the bigger stuff on the bottom, which probably means heading up the mountain a bit, grabbing these ones first and getting them loaded onto our back trailer. Now what I want to do is reverse this up the mountain a little bit, give us a good clear space then to load things up, and yeah, let's get this trailer loaded. I'm wondering, can I pick up 2 at once on here? Oh, that's not on there very stably, especially when I start running over. Yeah, oh wow, no, that didn't work. Still, we got a hold of one properly. Get that right up, get it over the top, unload it, in it goes. And yeah, fairly nicely round to level things out. These two might come together though. It's really using the slope to my advantage, and trying to use everything to my advantage up here as much as I can, staying away from the things that hinder me, and making sure that we are able to load this up as efficiently as possible. We are going to have a lot of wood to take down to our factory today, which is fantastic. So yeah, I think we're going to go and splash the cash a little bit down at the store. Make sure that we have everything we need that we can afford at the moment, and then from there we hopefully can earn a whole load more cash ready to move forwards later. And yeah, I think we need to maybe think about a storyline or what we're going to do with the new map and the Platinum expansion. I'm wondering if I'm going to have a think. I think that there's a lot of potential with what we can do with the new stuff that's available there. It may be a case of we just take our we maybe don't take the Fiat with us, but take the money, sell that, leave that here, take our TLX truck with us, and move over there. But we'll have a look, we'll see how things pan out, and yeah, I'm looking forward to that. However, first we've got to earn some money on here, and I think given that we've got about 10-12 episodes, we should make it around to another round of selling. So the more we can make during that selling, the better we're going to be set up when we eventually move into Silver Run Forest. We're getting to some really tricky bits at the moment. These ones down here are on slopes that are not easy to navigate with this tractor. So yeah, you see, the moment I get down slope with this, I lose all grip and all brakes, and it just doesn't work. But we have managed to pick it up, so yeah, it's a pain, but it's getting there. We are looking fairly full on this trailer now. Well, I say fairly full. I think we're about half full by the looks of things. So these trees, it looks like, aren't going to fill the trailer quite as much as the previous ones did. Although we've got a fair amount of trees still heading up that mountainside there. So yeah, and we've got 3 bits down here. I don't know if these are pick-upable. What have we got? 148 kilograms, 210. No, these are all going to require the front loader. So yeah, let's get these cleared up, get them loaded up, and oh no, my truck's headed towards the tree again. Perils are working on a slope are many. but we have managed to get the truck off the tree, and just want to get these last few bits in here, and then we can go down to the shop. We can sell, well, we can drop these off, and we can get the bits that I want to get today, hopefully before 5:30. And yeah, that will then mean we're in a good position going forwards. We'll be able to load up stuff as we go, and again get a really good price for it. It's, wow, that is in the wrong place. We do need a bigger or more height to get stuff on here. But that, yeah, actually, that is now looking fairly full. Although I think it's very one-sided looking at that. That's why it looks full, because we've only filled the far side somehow, rather than the near side. And my tree trunks are now beginning to get in the way. Down to our last 2 logs. This one, I don't know how heavy this one is. We might be able to pick this one up. Certainly the last one up there will be able to. And up. And we got, yeah, 6 trees into here. So I reckon we could possibly do as many as 8 trees across 2 trailers here. Yeah, this is only 84 kilograms. Still heavy, and I'm still dropping it fairly easily, but it's not over 100, so we can actually pick it up. And then jump. I think that's on that. Sort of. We can straighten that out. Let's get this down the mountain. Oh, this is the rough road, and the bright sunshine isn't helping today. Well, actually, it is, because it's hiding a little bit how steep and horrible this is. I mean, going down this at 25 miles an hour is scary. Much nicer though doing this as sort of a frame add-on and a trailer behind. It's working much better for us. Just gotta be careful of my speed. Don't want to turn over. Right, we'll do it 2 trailers. So this one first. In you go. And then the second one. And yeah, it looks like this takes about 5-meter logs. So that's good. And do the second one. We now have 18,000 wood. 35,000 wood. Fantastic. And that should mean that we are now producing wood very nicely. I don't think I've got anything on the flatbed. I haven't. So that actually makes sense for us to get rid of that flatbed now. This isn't a huge amount of use to us, and yeah, well, it is used to us, but I think we can fit these very nicely stacked on flatbeds on the other. So let's get rid of this. We'll get rid of that low loader. We've had it for an hour, so return it. Yes, okay. And then under miscellaneous here, I am going to buy myself. I'm gonna get the standard configurations for now. Main color, we want the olive new age. Yep, right. And then we're going to buy 2 of those. And then I'm also going to go and buy 2 of the trailers. So 2 of these. One to put our dumper on and one to put one of those flatbeds on. So frame color, the only olive, okay. Rim color, I'll leave as stainless steel. Right, license plate. What is my license plate that I want? What is the license plate on our truck? It is currently Taz. So let's go and put that on there. Back over here, into here. Select the correct frame color with the Phoenix wheels on. And correct number plate on it. Okay. and buy, yes, and buy, yes. Okay, there we go. And that means that now, having spent half of our money, we actually have a better setup and can get these sorted. So perfect. We're headed down the shop in our Fiat Agri tractor because somebody made a suggestion in the comments last time that really kind of made sense. I spoke about a new wood harvester that was available for tractors, and I said we couldn't really afford it. We only had 19,000, well, 20,000 at the time, and we needed to, we just didn't have the money to do it. And in actual fact, we don't. But that doesn't mean that we can't rent it out and try it out. So that is what we're going to be doing today. We are having a very bumpy ride down to the shop. And I don't often do first person in this tractor either. Because as you can see, there's not a huge amount of visibility out of it. So yeah, normally I'm trying to get things a little more visible than this, but I wanted to just come down here and grab this first today. We've got all our trailers and everything set up now, so everything's in position down here. We just need to get this. And so this is under forestry equipment. And as I was talking about last time, it is, well, we got two choices really. We've got the 3-point wood harvester from Ponzi here, and then we've got this tractor processor as well. I think that is, actually that is more for picking up logs and processing them and cutting them after you've worked them, which in itself is quite cool. But we are going to try and do the whole process using this one, the 3-point Ponzi wood harvester. So if we lease this, this is going to cost us 3,500 to lease, £700 per day and 1,400 per hour. So well within our budget at the moment. Hopefully. Oh, the one thing I didn't check. Having done that, what is the horsepower requirement? I think we're okay, but it's worth checking. Let's see. 190 horsepower. I think we're all right with this. We're going to see how 180. Okay, it's close enough. We're a little bit underpowered, but should be okay. Yeah, always remember to check that before you try anything. Let's close up our log grab at the front. But this would definitely make our tractor a great all-in-one wood harvesting tractor if this works. And it does have a nice pair of feet and everything, so not too worried about weight of the tree lifting the tractor up or anything. We should be able to unfold it and get it all working. And yeah, look, we've got various cameras on it as well. So yeah, this should be quite good. I'm looking forward to trying this out. Still struggling up here a little bit with this tractor up this dirt road. I'm always amazed the fact that our TLX is the only thing that can get up here without having a bit of a trouble when it gets there. And in fact, we have this tractor cannot get up here in the snow. This, on a nice dry day like this, can make it up here rather nicely, but yeah, in the snow we are in real trouble. Thankfully, we don't have to worry too much about getting this tractor up and down the mountain. It's a fairly rare occasion that we have to head down there with this to go and pick something up. So let's come out here, which is the shallowest entrance into our camp, and then we'll take this straight up the top, up our specially created road, which is less steep actually than the roads coming up here. And you can see the tractor doesn't struggle too much to get up here. It is having a little bit of trouble. I am worried actually when we get into the snow again. Maybe that's going to be the best time for us to take a good amount of stuff to sell, because getting the tractor up and down the mountain is always great fun. Now, what I do want to know is this going to be able to cut and process these trees? They're not overly thick trees, but we do know that some of the smaller wood harvesters have trouble with that. So what I'm going to do is position myself over here next to this tree. Now I think going downhill probably will be a problem for us, and we want to place, but I do want to place the wood across the slope, or no, up and down the slope. So well, we'll see how we do at this position here. So stop my tractor here, unfold this. I bet PTO, there we go. Right, let's try that again. And if it's not the PTO, it's all of the cables. There we are, unfolding finally. Whoa! So unfolding that caused our tractor to roll down the mountain. Let's fold it back up then. Doesn't seem to want to work on my side panel. There must be a setting or something to get it to do that. But yeah, it doesn't seem to want to work on my side panel. So to prevent us rolling down the mountain, let's position this here and then unfold it again. And now we shouldn't go anywhere. There we are. Turn on our harvester. Does work on the normal crane and everything. Good. It seems I don't have a third setting here, so that's turn. That's open and close. There we go. That's what I want. Extend out round the tree. And we need to check our widths first. So we need to change the cut length. We need the cut length to be 5 meters. And okay, here we go. Cut. Oh, this is going to save us a mountain of time on here. No, that's going the wrong way, but we'll be fine to cut there. So bring it up. This is huge. That is a massive, massive thing for us to be able to cut like this. So, cut. Look at that. A nice stack of wood just processed straight off the bat. Brilliant. Right, so with our first tree cut, this is gonna speed things up no end. All we need to do now is fold up the harvester. So that folds in and up, and wow, makes things so easy for us. This is a game changer, an absolute game changer. 3 trees cut so far, and this is working really, really well. Let's see if I try to get it to extend out, and it's a little bit funny like that. It seems to be the controls are a little bit weird. There's nowhere, yeah, so like that, kind of get it to extend and then down. There we are. Right, and then cut, and then up. Yep. And then we want to take it to our right hand side to get it to drop, and then let's do that, and hopefully these aren't going to roll. Yep, we're good. Yeah, this works brilliantly. I mean, it's just going to cut the amount of time it takes us to do any logging up here down dramatically. We can clear areas of this really, really quickly. And you see, we're gonna get 6 trees up here done today before I get the truck up here to load them up, and then we should be in really good stead. I have noticed that I do get a couple of bits of sometimes I get some movement on my front loader if I'm using this. And I'm hoping that that is not interfering too much with this. If I can position myself just right on here, then I'm okay. Right. But yeah, it likes to extend out and move and kind of position itself interestingly sometimes. But it is handling every tree I've thrown at it so far. I'm going to go around to the left. Or to the right, I suppose. Yeah. And cut. Yeah, just so much quicker. We don't have to go round trimming the trees off or anything like that. We create nice little stacks of wood that we can immediately go and collect up with the front loader. Oh, that's fallen a bit. Yeah, it's sometimes you do get turns that are not helpful, so you have to move your tree round and then cut it out the way. Otherwise, yeah, it lays across the tractor and you can't do much about it. So fold it up. That is our 5th tree. I'm going to cut one more, which is this one just in front of me here. Hopefully driving off or dropping this off might get rid of this log that's stuck on the tractor, because at the moment I can't do it. Right, open this up. Drive forward a little bit while I'm still opening everything up. Right, and up and then out and then down like so. Whoa. Yeah, got the hang of this pretty much at this point, I think. Right, and then as low as we can, we cut. And then lift. And because we're off to the right, hopefully we should be able to place all of these to the right. And yeah, there we go. So this is going to completely revolutionize our entire setup up here on the mountain. I could not be happier with this, and thank you to the person who suggested it in the comments last week to rent this, because we're gonna make more money renting this than it will ever cost us, and that is just fantastic. So with 6 trees cut, let's get them all loaded up into the trailers. Something I've noticed about my Phoenix is that I do need to give it some repairs and I do need to give it some fuel. So when we go down to the sawmill this time, we will go and give it some fuel and repair it. And yeah, bring this up here and put it there. Can't believe how much that's cleared so quickly. That is just absolutely brilliant. Probably turn the lights off on this now. Now somebody also asked in the comments last week why I don't use these like a pair of forklift forks and try and get under them with the 2 skids. And the problem is that it's never worked like that in Farm Sim. Oh, we need to get on the right bit, which is the front loader tool. There we go. So yeah, these forks on the front of here don't actually ever, or rarely I should say, because it could happen now, rarely actually skid underneath the wood. And I'll show you what I mean. So got them right on the ground, I skid them forwards, and you see it's just pushing the wood rather than actually getting under it. Getting under it takes a lot more effort and a lot more chance for things to go wrong, and the result tends to be the same, in that you pick up a single thing of wood, and yeah, at the moment, because we've got 2 on here, rather precarious angles, it's not happy. But yeah, you can with a bit of work skid them under, but I find that I tend to have less success doing it that way than doing it the other. Will this go in here with ease? Of course it won't, because we got 2 pieces of wood trapped in such a way that they're not happy. Let's open that up. There we go. And yeah, that's managed to load it. Wow, that's worked really well. To be honest, that's always the way this kind of thing goes. You say, oh, I've had trouble doing this, and you go and try it, and proves exactly the opposite. We do need to get rid of all of these stumps. As you can see, they're beginning to become a bit of a problem. We're catching the tractor on them, and the more space that we clear up here, the more we're going to have problems with existing stumps. So we might go and get the stump grinder. Yeah, okay. So if I drive that under there with the pile, actually, that might work a bit better. I've never had that work properly in a version of Farm Sim before. So the fact that I'm picking up multiple logs, in fact, with this harvester on this does make it a little bit easier to do because it puts the logs into nice piles. But yeah, I've never had that properly work before in Farm Sim, where I've been able to get the actual forks underneath a set of logs and be able to get them to pick up. In fact, they're rolling onto it now. This isn't fair. This is just making a mockery of everything that I know about forestry and Farm Sim. Seems to me that these trees might be a little bit smaller than the last set we did. That is... Well, we are how many trees into this now? 3 trees into this now? This is going so much faster with these piles and getting under them with the forks on this. Unbelievably quicker because of that. And yeah, look at that. We're just getting loads of them on at the same time. Gonna have to push those on at the back a little bit, I think. But in general, we're gonna get 6 trees on just this front one, which means we can cut 6 more. And cutting 6 more means that we are going to have a huge amount of wood to get processed today. I wonder if we have a second peak for our boards. Is there a second time of year where our dry boards are worth money? Price is definitely going up, but no, we are definitely on a price decrease right now. We had a price jump in December with the dry boards too because we had a great demand. But yeah, it's definitely June, July is the best time for the boards. So what are their current prices? Current prices are 1,514, 1,480 and 1,425. Yeah, so sort of middling prices. There's not a massive amount of price difference. And to be perfectly honest, if we max out the storage in our drying factory, we probably want to try and do some selling anyway. All in all, we are going to want to sell in the next few episodes anyway, because we need to make sure that we make most of our money before we move maps and yeah, move on to the platinum expansion. Look at that. That is just a massive number of logs that I've got in the jaws of this. I have never had this much success loading trees in Farm Sim. Of course, that is the point at which I hit a stump and knock all of them out. But that's about par for the course. But even so, it still stands. I have never had this much success trying to load up trees and logs and things in Farm Sim. This is just an incredible amount of incredible amount of progress at once. Trying to get it's going over this stump and then trying to grab these isn't working. But now you can see the normal trouble I have with this, in that it doesn't get under them, it just pushes them forwards. Let's see, can we? Nope. Yeah, that's about more regular, is that I'm just pushing them along rather than actually getting them up. But at one point then I did have 4 in here, and open that up. Whoa. No, open it up. There we go. And dump it in. Perfect. Yeah, let's see if I can pick these 2 up again and then get them loaded in. But yeah, we're looking at 5 trees, I think, in this first one. So we'll get 5 trees in the first one, and then we'll come back around, and the second one we'll aim to get another 5 trees into. So we'll need to cut 4 more after this, presuming we can get a handle on this. Come on, this has been working. Why isn't it working now? I've noticed that the logs have started to slip backwards, so I'm just gonna disconnect the truck and see if we can't shock them forwards a little bit. This is a very risky maneuver and could lead to me having to reload everything, but there we go. That's what I wanted to do. So yeah, that means that I need to really park this going downhill to move them forwards. So I'm going to do that and sort of sort this out so that we can get the last load in. And I'm just using the front loader here just to push these in. Make sure, whoa, hopefully without too much disruption, that we can do that. We've just had a great demand for dry boards. Which ones? Let's have a look in here. Where is our great demand? No. There it is. Dry board 2, 2063 is again well above. So I think what I'm going to have to do is stop with the loading up here, and we're going to have to head down to our sawmill and get any dry board 2s we have loaded up, and try and process as many as we can, because again, dry board 2 are in great demand, and we need to take full advantage of that. So let's strap these down, the ones that we've got up here, and I'm going to turn this off and we'll leave all this up here. We have 1 tree's worth to do, so yeah, as I said, we got 5 trees onto here, and we'll just take these down, get these processed today, because we could very easily make a ton of money just from selling whatever dry board 2s we have. Now I've just got to find my way down this mountain. It's a little bit scary, but we should do it. I do very much like this setup we've got now. It's really easy to adapt to whatever situation we've got. So if we have a situation where we can just go and drop off a trailer full like this without having to worry about taking the extra trailer, the tandem trailer, we can do. And there we go. That is that done. What I'm going to do is drop this off here, because we don't need this at the moment. And we're going to head around, and we're probably only going to use 1 flatbed without the tandem. We have 2 set up over here ready to load up, and it's fairly easy. We just back up and get this hooked up to this one, and then if we have enough dry board 2s to load up both of these, we will. This over here is a dry board 1. This over here is a dry board 2. Fantastic. Let's get that loaded up. I think we've got plenty in our setup already. Dry board 2. We've got 9,000 liters. So yeah, we should have a few boards. It's going to be absolutely worth doing this run for these. So 1,700, yeah. We're going to have 4, maybe 5 boards off here, which is perfect. We just need to make sure that whatever we're putting onto the trailer is just dry board 2. And look at this. This is why I wanted these flatbeds. They are the perfect size for us to load these up and transport them. So what's this one? This is a dry board 2. Awesome. Let's get as many of these out now as we can. Looking at how many we can fit on one of these trailers and how much we had to sell off last year in our big sell-off, I think we might end up with possibly another trailer on the back, if not 2. We should be able to do that. I mean, this is a very strong road, a very strong truck. And I think it would be able to pull a road train of a few of these. Let's see. We've got 4 on here now. It seems to be outputting the dry board 2s at the moment, which is great. Because that's exactly what we want it to output, so that we can load them straight up and get them sold. Is this another dry board 2? Yes, it is. Wow. So, yeah, I think my prediction of 5 is going to be about right. Oh, no, there's going to be 6 because there's 1 more load left in there from this. That is absolutely perfect. So, yeah, let's load those out as well. And it's going to mean we're a little bit high. You know what? We've got the space. Let's get these on the second trailer. Rather than overloading that front one and possibly risking the whole thing tipping, I am going to load it onto here. And yes, that does mean that we are going to need more than 2, more than just this setup. I think going forwards when we go to do a big sell-off, it's either that or we're going to have to do several trips, simply because there is not the space to do it otherwise. This should be our last dry board 2, and then I think the next one out will probably be a dry board 3. Let's just check. Dry board 2, yeah, only 600 liters of that left. So this is going to be our last one. But that is quite a lot of dry boards 2 to immediately go and sell at a higher price than we would normally get. So I'm very, very happy with that. And just to confirm, that is a dry boards 1. So let's get these done and locked down. There, and there. So that should be everything now locked onto here. There is a front one. Let's do that one as well. Right. And oh, let's not leave the trailer here. Perfect. And we'll turn this off so it's not costing us any money. And off we head to the sale point to make some cash. Some unexpected cash today with 10,200 liters of dry boards 2. So that's £20,000 off this. Absolutely fantastic. Well, we're approaching the sell point, and what an eventful day this has been. I am ecstatic that the wood harvester, the log harvester, works as well as it does. That is absolutely perfect. Going to speed things up, going to increase our output no end. We are coming in to make a whole load of cash, which is fantastic as well. We'll see how much we make off these first 2. And it should be even more maneuverable, this setup, than we had with the flatbed when we came to sell. Because basically, this should back into here, and then we can just take the trailer off, the rear trailer off, if we have trouble selling the stuff we have on the front. So there goes the first load for 6,986. Perfect. And that isn't even half of what we have to sell today. There. See, just drop that off. And then we can just reverse this in. And if we do bring a road train, so if we had like 4 trailers on this, bringing a whole load of this, what we could very easily do is just bring them here and then back them in one by one. Right, remaining load off the back of here. Another 13,900. So yeah, 20 odd thousand, I reckon, that we've made today. Let's double check that. Is there only 17? No, 20,958. Compared, that's a third of what we made with that. And we don't go far enough back to see. Yeah, so that is awesome. That is absolutely amazing. I am so happy with today. What a wonderful Forestry Friday. What a fantastic outcome. And yeah, this series is shaping up very nicely. Today we are going to start off by getting our truck repaired, which is why we're down here at the sawmill. It's going to cost us, actually not too bad, 2,108. There's no repair still on the logger. So yeah, we'll repair our truck to get started, and then we're going to be heading off back up to back up the mountain and getting ourselves sorted up there. We still want to go and get a load of stuff cut. I'm going to need to get a whole load of, let's get the lights on, there we go. We're going to need to get a whole load of stump grinding done first. So we're going to take our little Fiat and take that up the top and get that done, and then we'll see where we are from there. We're pretty good as far as the bank goes. 32,904 in the bank. So I'm expecting us to make some fairly good progress in here. And of course, we're now building money up in order to buy our new area in Silver Run Forest. And move on from there. In a few weeks' time, we are only about 5-ish weeks away from that. So yeah, looking forward to that. And it's all about how much we can earn to take over to there. Now, I left my tractor down here. In fact, yeah, I moved it down here and got ready to attach our stump grinder to the front. So this is looking like a very interesting setup we've got on here now. So much attached to this tractor, it's a little bit ridiculous. I've actually got a bit on the front here that controls, I've just seen that. We've got that controls that to grind the stumps, and then that must do work on the field. So yeah, we'll keep that up high. We've got our stump grinder bit there. It is lifted, so let's get this up the mountain. Our Swiss Army tractor, pretty much, with an awful lot of stuff attached to it. At some point, I'm gonna want to get the rest of this road marked out that we've got up here, because at the moment I do get a little bit lost. It's easier coming up the mountain than down it to see where I should be going, but it's still a little bit confusing at times. We can get up here fairly easily though, and as we come up to the top, you can see the trailer we left here last time after we got that sudden great demand that ended up being really useful. Turn this on, and we don't need to lower it to do stump grinding with it. It just works. I'm gonna get some lights on up here. The biggest trouble we have with our mountain is that this is a north-facing slope. So what we end up with is very dark for most of the day, especially at this time of year. So it can take quite a bit to get the sunlight up. And yeah, as I said, especially at this time of year, we are a little bit in trouble as far as getting a lot of light onto our equipment. There was a suggestion in the comments last time that I grab a tractor with some tracks on it, and I actually think that's a really good idea. I don't think there's a tracked version that we can get of this. We will just check it though. So we've got, is it in here or is it in the next category up? Actually, it's the next category up. This is a medium tractor. So let's just pull across here. So there we are. What are our options? I don't think we have. There are so many wheel options on this tractor. It's ridiculous. But I think, yeah, nothing in there. Nothing in the Michelins either. Nothing in the Continentals. No. Nothing in the Mitas. It's a pity. Being a forestry tractor, it would be great if there was an option for it to have the to have tracks. There are so many different options here. I think I went round sort of 3 times then. Nope. Notkins aren't going to either. And yeah, back to trail books. So unfortunately not. I don't think if we change it to the forestry configuration, it's going to change things. Yeah, forestry doesn't give us any extra options. No. So yeah, unfortunate that's not possible. I mean, the Vultra here, that would be great in a forestry setup. I don't think that has that kind of tire either. So I think going forwards, especially if we end up on a more hilly, on a similarly hilly setup with Silver Run, we're probably going to want to look for something a bit more tracked or a bit more setup, or even possibly upgrading to a full forestry harvester if we can afford it. Maybe going the whole route of leasing stuff until we can afford to buy it. All in all, though, this is still working out really well. I'm very happy that we got this tractor. It was inexpensive, and it does the job rather nicely. We do have actually a fair few logs still left up here, so we're going to get those loaded up, and we're going to have to get our truck back up here. I want to be careful. I don't want to take anything off that log. But yeah, we left a lot of tree stumps last time, and they very much have been getting in our way. So just clearing these out before we go any further is going to make our lives a lot easier. And yeah, this bit of kit is absolutely perfect for that. Right, so we'll pop up here into this flatter area. We'll drop that off the front. So let's lower it down, because we don't need it all the time. And then yeah, we'll go and get our truck, and we'll try and get it parked so that we can easily load up. And yeah, we're gonna head over into this area over here where it's a bit flatter and should be easier for us to load. So bring the truck up, and we want to get that connected up to the back of our trailer. Somebody was saying I should put the truck nose down the mountain, and I agree with this. I think based on the problems we had loading logs last time and the fact they started slipping out the back of the trailer, what I'd really like them to do is slide towards the front, towards the panels that we've got, that allow them to very easily fall into place. So we'll bring it up and around this tree here, and then I'm going to park nose down the mountain. That way we know that loading up should be a little bit easier. And let's turn the lights off on that as well. Perfect. Right, so what we need to do now is as we were doing last time, get the rest of these logs uploaded, and then we've got probably another 6 or so trees we can take here easily and move into getting them down to our sawmill. The more we continue this series, the better my forestry skills are getting. It's interesting. I'm now picking up multiple logs every time, scooping them up, getting them into the log grab like this, and halving the amount of work I'm doing. It's crazy. It's just gone in the last couple of weeks, especially since we've got this Ponzi on the back. It has made a massive difference to how I'm loading logs onto this. Now that has not gone as I had hoped, so I'm gonna need to try and can I get? Oh no, we'll do it at the top. But yeah, the whole thing is working out better than I would have hoped, and I feel like going into a dedicated or a mostly dedicated base game map that is forestry. I feel a lot more confident doing it, and a lot happier doing it with smaller equipment. It's going to be one of those things where it'll play to our strengths rather nicely. The question I've got for you guys is, should we take our equipment with us to Silver Run, or should we sell everything up and go from there? I'm quite happy to take most of this equipment. I'm thinking that we do want to explore some of the equipment on Silver Run, and some of the new stuff that comes in the Platinum expansion when it comes out. But at the same time, we've got a pretty good setup here to get us started, and I'm quite happy with it. As I said a minute ago, I would quite like to get a tracked tractor to be doing this kind of work with, but I'm not adverse to continuing with what we've got and just shifting it over to the new map. Where are we? There we go. I am really happy. My loading of logs has come a long way, and actually I did have a couple of people say, oh, the log physics is still awful in Farm Sim. It really isn't. I am handling logs, or I'm finding logs a lot easier to handle in FS19 in FS22 than in any previous version of the game. I think if you have them stacked properly, and like we've had with our harvester that we've got on the back here, it does make it infinitely easier. Now, obviously I am mishandling these a little bit at the moment, and I realize the irony of that, just as saying, oh, logs are easier to handle, but that's me not being great at handling logs, not the game being bad at handling logs. We've got a couple of last few logs that can be picked up by hand, all under 100 kilograms, which is sort of the limit for that. I can't pick up the end of that. I think that's why I put that in that way around. And then I saw a couple down here that we drove on. You are 71, so yeah, you'll go in rather nicely. Whoa. Turn it round. A stick. Right, and up. Yeah, there we go. Place that in there. We've got one sticking. Oh, we haven't got one sticking. I thought we had one sticking quite a way out the back. And yeah, I can see one more over here. There we go. Grab this one as well. Okay. Can jump on here fairly easily. Yeah, like that. Into there. There we go. Looking good. Right, we're about half full. Therefore, we need to now get our forestry harvester unfolded. Let's see if we can get control of that. Is that not connected? Sometimes you have to disconnect and reconnect stuff. And right, so that there. Okay, we need to unfold it. I don't remember what the command for it doesn't go on my setup. There we go. Right, turn it on, pull it up. And push it out. So that just moves my camera around. Interesting. Oh yeah, I had to do some of the commands with it with my mouse because it just wouldn't work if I was doing it with my keyboard. There we go, and down, or with my side panel. In and down. There we go. Perfect. Saying there we go a lot because I'm trying to fill space while I'm inadequately using the forest harvester. And cut. I'm hoping we've still got our 5-meter cut length. Fantastic. Right. So let's bring that up. Turn it around this side. And that's heading towards my tractor. So, right, and cut. There we go. And cut. I'm not 100% sure what the button is on my side panel. I'm going to have to go and have a look through the forestry harvester controls on the control panel, I think. Because... oh, wow. We need to turn that around slightly. There we go. Because at the moment, it's not fully controlling them. There we are. Right. And then we want to fold this whole thing back up. And then I'm going to switch back over to there. Open up my log grabs. And yeah, we'll get these loaded up and out the way. And that way it's not getting in the way of us doing more stuff. How many can I get in one grab? Looks like it's just going to be the 2. And hopefully they're going to hold. Yeah, we seem to be able to get a maximum of 2 in these claws, in this log grab. And even then, it's a little bit tenuous with some of these, especially if you don't get it right in the middle of the log. You can end up having a bit of a scary time getting them into the trailer. But all in all, I'm quite happy with that. That needs to go... oh. Lost the front one, thankfully, into the trailer, but yeah. I really want to try this with a larger log grab now. I think a wheel loader is something I want to have a go with, collecting logs up. So I think eventually we're probably going to get these jobs off just a single tractor. So we'll get a log grab on a wheel loader. We'll get a full proper Ponzi harvester, or harvester of some description, because of course they're the Komatsus and things as well. And then from there, what we'll be able to do, can I get that front one? I'm gonna actually do it that way, and that way we should get all 3. Perfect. Yeah, and we'll check out the harvesters and things and see which way to go with all of these. But all in all, I think our forestry skills and our forestry setup is only going to improve going forwards. I do really like this TLX though. It's going to be tough because I'm going to want to try out the Volvo trucks that are going to come in the DLC and the expansion. But yeah, I really do like this TLX truck setup we've got on here now. It just works really well for us. Last one. We'll get this into the trailer, and I think we'll fit one more tree in there. So to do that, we've unfolded. We'll turn on the harvester. Oh no, I got the wrong thing selected. Right, we'll turn on the harvester. We'll bring this out, and I might try and take a couple of trees from here if I can. Forward, back, around, forward. There we go. Take it down slightly and cut. Right. Lift. I want to take you away from my tractor, ideally. Yeah. Can we get... yeah. There we go. Away from the tractor. ish. Actually, if we take it around the other side, I'm definitely away from my tractor. Yeah, that works better. The last thing I want to do is end up with tree stuck in the tractor again. Lift up so we get a bit of height and cut. Like that. Yeah, this works so well, this setup. And just makes everything easier for it. Those last little ones you got to watch. That point at which everything can move. But I think that's worked this time. So let's close it all up again. Switch over to the front loader and spin around and get this one loaded up. And I think this is going to be our final tree to go in the front trailer here, or the front of our truck, and then the next ones will go into the back. And I have actually got quite a large number of logs on this one. We had help because we had it against a tree, so it worked out fairly well for it. That over the top of the trailer. Check that we are going to be in the right place. Oh, no. I want to be there to drop it. Oh, it's gone in. Yes. And then the other two. And the little bit. That's just going to lay across the top. But that is all onto our trailer. This is going to load up really, really quickly, this tree, because we've been able to get it in a position where it can load up really, really quickly. Namely, against this tree here. So, take these down, get that under there, close it up. Look at that. Absolutely fantastic. That is only 2 trips to load up that entire tree. So I think we could possibly fit one more log in here, but as we're trying to load multiple at a time, what I'm going to do is just strap this front one down. That will do, and yeah, and then we'll move on to getting more into the back. So time to go find myself another, well, fairly large tree. I think they're all pretty big. Oh, this one's a dead one. That's why it's so thin. Yeah, I think we want to plonk ourselves in the middle of here and go 1, 2, 3, 4. Really looking forward to being able to mark trees. That is going to make a big difference to keeping track of exactly what I'm planning to cut. So, yeah, as I said, we'll park tractor here. Get it out. And we should be able to reach all the trees from here. Right. Front down. Lift us off the ground a little bit so that we're well planted. And switch over to the back. Right. Let's see if we can reach this tree in the corner. Turn that on. In, out. Oh, this has got some serious reach on it. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, we'll cut these and we'll make some stacks, and then we'll go and get them loaded. Having to play around with the camera angles a little bit and just seeing if I can see if I can do it from this angle. Right, so there and up. That is quite cool. I do quite like that, although I'm gonna have to go the other way because I'm kind of out of space that way. Lift it up a bit. Might actually be easier to work this way. We'll cut that there. Yeah, and make a nice little pile over that way. That does work. That does work quite well and gives me a really, really clear view of where everything is. And that is 4 trees done. Wow. Okay. Let's fold this back up like so. Switch over to this camera view. And yeah, we now have 4 piles of logs to get picked up and loaded into the trailer. And we've very easily cleared things. I said it last time, I'll say it again this time. This wood harvester, this is making a massive, massive difference. It really does change everything. Now, this is an interesting bit. I am trying to get 2 logs that have fallen across another pile up. And I've actually managed to do it. I have never had forestry work this well in Farm Sim. The last 2 videos we've had on here has just been absolutely brilliant. It's all worked. We've not had anything just sort of flying off in random directions. It's stacked well in the trailers. It's just been fantastic to work with. And yes, our trailers have moved about a bit, but that's because we bashed them a bit with our tractor, and not because they've been moving on their own. It is just, it's just been an absolute joy to do forestry, which really bodes well going into Silver Run Forest next month. Just the amount of fun doing forestry in Farm Sim is going to be with a whole load of forestry focused stuff. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be an absolute blast, and this series is definitely getting us ready for it, making sure that my forestry skills are tip top and perfectly set up to go forwards. Let's open that up and in. And yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it out and giving it a go and seeing how we can build up on there. We of course do have a mass of rain, October rain coming in, but that's okay. We are unaffected by it up here on the mountain. The only thing we kind of dread up here is snow, and that is only because it makes everything makes moving everything about so much harder. That front log is not staying on this grab unless I'm very, very careful. But I think that will fall off before we get to the trailer. Partly because it's already threatening it. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. We managed to nurse it all the way there. No annoying pickups. Something I didn't realize is where we're working at the moment is actually quite close to the edge of our area. I mean, you can see we're very, very near to it. So that means that we actually can't really go much further this way. We're gonna have to come back and go and cut some stuff the other way. We are getting to the point where, yeah, we've come up here to the flatter area to cut here, but we're gonna have to do some stuff on the slope, and we cannot do stuff on the slope with this tractor. I don't want to really risk spending a load of money this close to moving, so we might have to try and see if we can achieve what we want with the remaining flat areas here. But that is looking like a pretty full trailer. We've got one last log to get, so we're going to grab that. And as the time is getting on, yeah, we need to head down to the sawmill and get this all dropped off. All in all, though, that's a pretty successful day. Yes, we're a little ahead because we had some wood left over from last time. Oh, come on, get under there, skids. There we go. And yeah, with that left over from last time, we have managed to fill up both trailers this time, so a large amount of wood going down to our sawmill, which is great, and we'll be able to continue on. Can we get this above? Yes, we can. That is a nicely full trailer. You might get one more tree on there, but I wouldn't really want to risk it too much. So we'll park this up here. We've got everything we need with the Fiat. That can stay here. This, though, we need to lock that down. This needs to... Oh, wow. That is going to be trouble. You know what? I'm going to cut the bottom of that off. Oh, I sold my chainsaw. Never mind. That'll be fine. It's not touching the wheel. It's being kept well away from the wheel. Nothing up there. Right. Let's take this lot and get it down to the sawmill. And we're going to end back where we started, down at the sawmill. Just, yeah, I'm glad I haven't got these trailers any fuller than they are because, wow, we are so top heavy. That was a little bit hair-raising. Right. First lot out. Perfect. And then bring the second lot in. And then the second lot out. It must have taken a load off that second lot. How full are we now? We've got 45,000 litres of wood in here. I've got 20,000 litres of wood chips. So I think we're probably going to end up doing a wood chip run. I don't know how much our wood chip containers take. Let's have a quick look here. So, yeah, we're not using auto load. We have 21,000. Okay, so we've only got one wood chip container's worth. So that's fine. I think this is probably the best place for us to leave this today, though. Although, I need to get some fuel. Can I get fuel from this Bowser over here? Doesn't look like it. Give it a try, though. Yes, we can. Perfect. So, yeah, that's going to cost us a little bit to refuel. It is November, and we are still going to be cutting some logs. We've got our logging trailer back up here. So I'm going to jump in that, and we're going to head up the road. What I'd like to do today, I think, is try and fill this up, and then head back out and see if we can mark the road all the way up the mountain. It's a bit of a problem we have at the moment, where it's very easy for us to see our roadway up here for this first section. But the area that we're working in, it is getting harder and harder to see the road because it should come up here and then turn around up here. I'm not sure about that tree there, although, yeah, the roadway will, yeah, continue up to here. So that's all good. Now, we can't go much further over to this side here. I'm just trying to see how far we are until the edge. In fact, you can kind of see where the edge here is. So we're on it here where we suddenly get this massive of younger trees. This is where the edge of this section is. We're trying to clear this older section over here. So I think we can take these trees sort of over this way and try and get them. To have a system where we could just lower trees down here and pick them up as we cut them, that would be awesome. But we are still another 6-ish weeks. No, in fact, we are 4 weeks-ish away from the release of the Platinum Edition. So, yeah, then this kind of slope would give us no trouble whatsoever. Today, though, we need to get this parked probably on as flat a piece of ground as we can. Oh, we've got several tree stumps here that we need to get rid of first, I think. So I'll bring this around here. We'll park this over here like so, and then I'm going to go and attach to the front of my Swiss Army tractor here. We're going to go and attach the stump grinder to the front. I really like this, but I think we might have to do an upgrade when we move. I have been asking you guys exactly what you think I should do as far as equipment goes on the new map when we move over to Silver Run Forest. And a lot of people have said keep the tractor or keep the TLX and do that. I think the way I might do it is I might split it so that anything we own, we can we'll be able to take with us. Anything we're leasing we'll have to leave. Now at the moment that is this. Yeah, our Ponzi wood harvester, that would have to go. Right, let's turn this on. There we are. But I'm not against selling stuff and then buying that, because that is on a lease to own at the moment, and so that would work out fairly well for us to go and get. What else have we got? Is our front shredder here on loan as well? Let's have a look at what we actually have. So currently leased, we've got the telehandler, and so I think the JCB would probably return. And yeah, it is just our 3-point wood harvester. As far as other things go, this is worth 15,000. I think we can probably sell that. We don't really need the touch fund anymore. And as far as front loader tools go, no, we want that. I think we'll probably end up selling the Landy, although it's not worth much money anyway. Our tractor is worth 25,000, so we'd be hard pushed, certainly initially, to get such a good forestry tractor. All right, let's take this over here and get this one done. Ah, that did manage to get it. And then just the last one over here. Bring this back. And round. And clear it out. There we go. We shouldn't really have anything to fall over now. We'll turn that off and we'll just go and put that down over here, out the way. I really do like that. And I do like this whole thing about this tractor. The whole setup we've got on it is really nice. And oh, we've got to lower it. There we go. Yeah, it works well for us in this whole setup. I think we will probably look at where we are with this and maybe take all of this across the Silver Run and go from there. But I do want to use some of the new stuff that is on there too. Right, let's unfold this. I can never remember the controls for this. So unfolding it is Z. For there, I like to place my front 3-point there so that we get a little bit of stability at the front, and then we'll turn back to here. I can't fully control this with my oh wow, okay, that's past it. I can't fully control this with my joystick, so I'm gonna have to sort that as well. I think my joystick controls for wood cutting implements need sorting, and we're at a 5.5 meter cut, so we want to reset that to 5 meters, and we want to cut, and then I want to lift that back that way, hopefully not get it stuck in my trailer, because that is going to cause problems. So we'll cut that there, try and get that around the side of the tractor, lift it up and cut. There we go. So we should create a nice little pile of wood beside our tractor now, and because of how it was, it's going to be an odd stack, but it will at least be a stack. Right, and then I need to fold everything up, and we want to move on to the next one, which is the one directly in front of us. And I'm going to back off to try and prevent that piece of wood getting stuck. There we go. So, not the neatest pile, but a pile nonetheless. Second tree down, and we'll get that cut as well. And don't know whether this will be any better of a pile, but it is in line with the first pile we've done, so that brings everything together. We worked out last time, I think, that it's about 6 to 8 trees that we need to get to fill all of our to fill our trailers up. And we get this one from here as well. There's okay, that's about the limit of where I can get around with this. So let's push it straight out, and well, that's right at the limit. Nope, we're gonna have to fold that in. So bring that back, fold that up, and we'll reposition ourselves so that we can grab these 2 trees. Repositioned. let's see if we can't get this in the right place. Oh, want to actually do that. And there we are. Sometimes I forget which piece of kit I'm on. And then out, and yeah, easily reach this time. And down to the bottom and cut. There we go. And then I like to up and back, and we want to go up that side. And then up. And maneuvering it so that we get a good pile is always the trick. And we want these actually to be as far onto this flat bit as we can and cut. And then hopefully this will then stack up fairly well here. In fact, yeah, that is going pretty well, especially if we let them settle a bit before we cut the next one. Oh, no, now we're turning. Thankfully, keeping stuff away from the tractor, but otherwise good. Right, and then we go back round and we're going to do the second one. So that one there, out and down, and then cut. Nope, a little bit further. Cut. There we go. Perfect. Now this one I want to bring up and in and then round, and we want to try and stack it round where all of our other ones are round here. Yep, like that. And again, off we go. Last couple of cuts and another pile created, and it's nicely in line, well, pretty much with the previous one. So fold this up, and yeah, look at the area we've cleared. So I'm gonna clear a little bit of this up. Actually, I think we need to get some of this loaded. We've got some space made. We eventually, the idea would be to replant these areas, so we'd get a tree planter and get new trees planted in here, and again get more wood on that's on a nice easy area for us to do. Right, I'll grab. Yeah, this is, so I've been talking about grabbing this way for the last few weeks. And yeah, we're having a little bit of a mixed result with it. It's working, and it does fairly well. But I think when we look at Silver Run, what I want to do is get something that loads these trailers up a little bit easier. It's not bad at moving stuff about, but actually filling these trailers, it's not the tallest that we could have got. And I think, what do we got? We got a one answer would be to get the 7M on the front of the tractor, and I don't know what the horsepower requirement for that is. Let's have a look at what, well, actually, let's have a look at our tractor. What's our tractor first? So we've got 180 horsepower to play with, and if we have a look at the front loaders, the 7M, which is the bigger one, is 140. So yeah, we could get a larger, long-reaching one. In fact, we could replace that now. I don't know how much our front loader is worth. 5,000. So yeah, we'd go most of the way to replacing this with the 7M and giving ourselves a little bit more reach, which I think would be a good idea. I think what we found with the 6M and the side of the trailers here is that it's not quite enough most of the time to reach over the top, and as a result we're having issues sometimes with knocking the trailers and causing issues. It's not so bad when we got the trailer, the lorry actually parked like this, and we're loading uphill. Because the side of the trailer is a little bit lower for us as a result. But I think we would benefit from having a slightly larger reach in our front loader. Forestry is definitely easier to do in Farming Simulator 22, and I'm really looking forward to the changes and improvements that we're hoping, or that I'm hoping to see from the upcoming Platinum expansion. Certainly there are new features and new functions that are included in that DLC, and exactly what those will be and how those will affect forestry gameplay actually excites me quite a bit. I feel like I've got a handle on this now. I feel like I'm actually able to do forestry work without too much problem, and actually load things up manually, and not require an auto loader and things like that. I have seen several people asking, you know, will there be a log auto loader in the Platinum edition? And I actually am quite happy that I don't need one. I've got to the point with logging now where I got with bales sort of a couple of games ago, where I'm happy not to need or want an autoloader. That's not to say if people want an autoloader, they shouldn't have one, because, you know, that's the great thing about Farm Sim, is you play how you want to play. Yeah, it's not something I'm looking for from the DLC. I'm looking for more things I can do with logging, and certainly the way things are going at the moment, and from what we've seen so far, that is definitely going to be a big part of the DLC. Is more things we can do with this part of the game, and that excites me. That I'm really looking forward to. Wow, actually managed to pick up 3 logs for once. Fantastic. You see, this is possible. It is really, really possible to do that and to properly work it. And this is what I was talking about wanting a 7M. The 6 gets over the side of the trailer, but only just. And if I wanted to do like this to sort of move things about a bit, it's not so great for that. I can't believe that we cut 4 trees and that hasn't filled this first trailer. So either they were shorter trees, or we can fit more in these trailers than I think we can. Look at that. That is just great. I have never been able to load logs like this in Farm Sim before. It is going very nicely. Down to our last 3 logs, and yeah, didn't manage to get all of them onto this final, or this, yeah, into this grab. So we've got 1 to go back for. All in all, though, that is a good load on there. It is a little bit towards the back, but that's all right. We've cut 5 meters and they're holding, so we'll just strap all those down. I think that's a good load for that trailer. I don't want to overload the trailer too much. I had, yeah, it's a little bit unstable if we overload it too much. So I'm not going to fill it right to the top, but we have managed to fit all 4 of these trees in. So we'll just grab the stump grinder quickly, clear this bit up, and yeah, cut another 4 to go on our back trailer. Okay, so unloaded. Let's strap this trailer down, and then I can just straighten things up here a little bit. There we go. And then, yeah, we want to load onto this trailer next. But first, let's get rid of these stumps with our stump grinder. Hooked up and on and in. And I love the efficiency of this bit of kit. I mean, it is ridiculously fast how it gets rid of stumps. Just drive up to them around and they're gone. And this will cultivate as well, actually, this thing. There we go, and 1 more, and gone. All cleared up, and you never knew they were there. Now we've just got to pick 4 trees that are still in our area here, and will be easy for us to do. In fact, I think the two that we're now parked between are perfect candidates. So get the tractor in position, put our front loader down, lift the front wheels off a little bit, then unfold the rear. So there we go. Turn it on. Oh, turn it on. Yeah, there we go. Hadn't fully unfolded. Right, and then we can actually change the camera view to this, which I think is probably a better view to go for this kind of job. Yeah, and then cut it. No, back a bit. Right, then cut it like that, and then we can bring it around like this, up and cut. And look at that, perfect view to see how well our cut is going and the stacking up of the wood onto it. Sometimes it does just fall across it and messes up the stack a bit, but all in all, that's one good stack done. And then what we do is we take this round. Well, we need to pull it in a bit. No, we need to push it out a little bit. So again, it's really easy to line up on trees like this. And I think that should cut, and then same thing here. And we can then put a pile of wood this side. Look at that. Oh, need to lift this, I think. There we go. We put it in the right place, it should stack fine. Like that. Oh, this might be my nicest stack yet. Except it's gone all wonky at the end. But it is all done. And now we can just fold that all up. Like that. And lift our front loader. And find a couple more trees. Where can we go that isn't going to cause me too much problem? I think these two here. So on the edge, we should be able to grab them, bring them back. So unfold this here. Put our front loader down. Switch over. Switch camera, because I'm actually really enjoying this camera view now. Out to the tree. Yeah, really easy to sort of line up on the trees. Get properly down to the bottom. Pull in slightly. There we go. And right, need to get this lot not on top of that pile there. So about there it should do it. And another tree done. So round with this. And out. Oh, carefully. Right, and then down, because we want to again grab it as low as we can. In and cut. And we'll take this round the other side, lift it up because it's slightly down mountain, and oh, try not to get it across the tractor. Okay, this might go horribly wrong. Yeah, off it goes. Right, that is a problem. That is a big problem, because if our tree is there, we're gonna have to bring our arm in and try and get it around, so we're going across the slope rather than down it, because trying to get that log back is going to be a problem. Yeah, that's about as far around as we can get it as well. Don't think we can turn. No, that's no, we can't turn the head. There, that'll do it. Right, and cut. Yeah, and that'll put it on top of the pile we just created a minute ago, and should stop it rolling down the mountain. There we go. Right, fold that back in, pick up our front loader, and just try and see. Yeah, that lost one, it's a long way down here. Oh, as I said, if only I could set up a winch. Oh, I have a winch. I do have a winch. I was going to sell the Thefisherj. I think we might have to go and get that and see if we can winch this back up. So our Thefisherj is just down here. We'll have to drop the 3-point wood harvester off, but we're pretty much done with that for the day anyway. Let's lower that down. Okay, already lowered. So, and off. Ooh, not the greatest place to disconnect that, I don't think. Yeah, I think I want to just pull that forward slightly because that's right on a slope. Yeah, there is where I want to put that. Yeah, there we go. Sitting better. Right, and then we will grab this shield, which also has a wire on it, and we can go and retrieve that that log that we've lost. And I think this would be the way we would have to do things going forward on here. We'd probably have to cut. You see, I want to cut with the harvester, but we'd probably have to cut with the chainsaw and then go back and drag the logs up in order to do this a bit more. Unless we got a new wood harvester, but even then, you know, you got to drag the log back up and then cut it somewhere where it's not gonna just all roll down the mountain. So it's quite a difficult one, this. So get in position. And where is it? It is down there somewhere. There it is. Best bet is actually going to be over by this tree here, I think. We'll get this here. I think we've got enough rope. Yeah, remaining 40, 30, 20. Oh, no. We're not quite. Wow. We need a little bit more, which is going to make things interesting because that'll mean we'll tow it up to around about. Well, we'll have to get it on a flatter bit. Oh, we can move forward to the tractor actually. Right. We've got rope. We should have enough rope now to reach it. Yes, we do. So let's attach to that. And this, of course, is something that's going to be available on console come the release of the Platinum expansion, because these kinds of shields are available in that. So let's winch it up. Oh, turn it on and winch it up. And if we press shift, we should be able to fast winch this. Where's my log? Is it coming up? Yeah, look, there it goes. Up the hill. We are winching the log. It's sliding off to the side, interestingly. But it is coming up the hill, and there we go. So we've managed to rescue that without having to cheat, without having to turn on super strength or anything like that. We've managed to get our log back and up to the shield like that. Right, turn the winch off, go forwards, and yeah, just drag it over here with the other logs and then detach it like that. That is brilliant. So yeah, let's detach that. We'll be able to jump out and just go beep like that. Lift the shield up and out the way. And now we just need to load up these 4 trees. More than any other forestry series I've done on Farm Sim, I think this is the one that that I've grown the most, that I've learned the most from. There are things that I'm doing now with log grabbing and things like that that I've just never done before, and never got it to work before. And it feels like the realistic side of what I'm doing on here has improved, which is always a good thing. I'm always so happy when that kind of thing works, because it just makes it makes for my style of gameplay and the way I play just so much nicer for me. I enjoy the game so much more when the realistic stuff kicks in and sort of gets to the next level. So yeah, I'm very, very happy with the way that we've been going here on Holmåkra. Sometimes you do just only get the single log, but it's going to set us, or in fact, it's going to set us in really good stead for going on to Silver Run Forest in the next few weeks. I'm very excited about that. I hope you guys are as excited as I am for the Platinum Edition. I think it's going to add a whole new dynamic to the game, as I was saying before. In fact, we've got more wood from these 4 trees than we got from the first 4. Let's just jump up and get that on there. And we've got another one that's been getting in our way. Is that light enough? Yes. Right, again, we'll put this on this side because we've got less stuff on that side. Oh, wow. That's sliding out. I should have probably put it in the other way around. Come on. Pick it up. Thank you. There we go. Right, so only a small pile left to go, and then we can run these down to our sawmill. I think next time, as long as we don't have any snow. No, December, we're not going to have any snow. We will get in January. I'd like to put the new road in. I think that would be a good time to do that. And so, yeah, that will be our job for next time. We'll get all of our equipment down from up here. And then get the road in and select our next area, which I think is going to be over that way. We got some trees on a flatter area over that way. We should be able to do quite well. And yeah, this back trailer is looking quite full, which is good news. That means we're going to have a nice, healthy amount of logs to get down to the sawmill. Final log to pick up with the front loader, and thankfully it's sitting on it was sitting on a stump. This one is being difficult. I was hoping to get it up with the other one that I just put on, but yeah, it wasn't being very easy to work with, and we have a little bit of problem where we're very one-sided on the loading here. Can I? Oh, no, that won't load there. I want to move further back and then try and get it as far over the other side as possible. And again, this is where having the 6M, the 7M loader would be useful, because when the logs get this high on the trailer, we end up having trouble reaching over. Hopefully that should just level things out a little bit. Where's our last piece of wood? Over here. This one can be picked up. But we'll just throw that on the top. There we go. Lock down. Got no one at the front. Lock, lock, and lock. Right, that should make everything stable. We'll just back the tractor off, leave it up here, because now we have all the kit we need up here. Well, actually, no, we do need to come back down and get the wood harvester. And yeah, now begins the hairy journey back down the mountain. Because these are fairly highly loaded or fairly well loaded, you can see that the slopes start to come to play a lot more. But this is why we need the road, so that we're not making any sudden turns or anything. We can just carefully come down the mountain. Then, yeah, down here and out back down to our yard. All that remains now is to head down to the sawmill. And after some careful maneuvering, we're back down to the sawmill again for another unload onto or into our sawmill. There we go. We're into position. And so how much have we got at the moment? 19,930, 39,321. So nearly 20,000 liters of wood in from that trailer. How much is our... Oh, those are just making a horrible clacking sound. So how much from our second one? So 39,280... 60,930. So 21,000. So yeah, I was right. Slightly more wood in the second trailer than the first. But 40,000 liters of wood in one day. That is not bad at all. I'm really, really quite happy. Looking at our production setup, we've got 16,000 liters of dryboard 3, 6,000, well, nearly 7,000 liters of dryboard 2, 14,000 liters of dryboard 1, and lots and lots and lots of planks coming in. Whereas wood, we've now got 60,000. We've got 28,000 liters of wood chip. And yeah, the planks are automatically being distributed to our drying station. So plenty to keep us going. Plenty of money going to be coming in from these. I think we're going to be set up on Silver Run Forest really quite nicely when it comes to that point. I think we also might have to fast forward a little bit to get the best prices for our planks when we finish off here. But either way, it's going to be a very, very good amount of money we have to go and spend on the new map. Today, we're going to head down to the shop. We're going to do a little bit of rearrangement. It is December, so there's not an awful lot. Well, to be perfectly honest, it doesn't matter what time of year, really, that we do the wood cutting and that we do logging. But somebody did point out that we have a lot of stuff down here that really needs emptying from our place and sort of stacking up. So we're going to be doing quite a bit of that to start off with today. And then we might head back up the mountain and get some more bits done. I'm very tempted, actually, to get some more trailers with the flatbeds on. We know that we can get about 6 lots on here without too much hassle. But I think we're going to end up with a lot more than that. And I want to kind of have one type per trailer. So what have we got sitting around here? I think we've got a fair amount in storage. Let's have a look. Yeah, so we've got 16,000 liters in storage, 18,000 liters in storage, and 9,000 liters in storage. So dryboards 1 and dryboards 3 are the ones we want to load up first. Over here, we have some dryboards 1. This is also dryboards 1. So I think we're going to end up outputting a lot of dryboards 1s first, getting them all loaded up. Then it'll give us one of the others to do as well. So it's going to be a lot of getting these loaded up. And then, as I said, maybe it might be worth getting a third trailer and basically go dryboards 1, 2, and 3 and hauling it that way. We know from past experience that we can haul more with this setup than we thought, and should be able to control things. It's a little bit more stable than other setups have been, so it's good from that point of view. But yeah, setting each set of boards on their own trailer would probably work out really well for us, especially as I think these dryboard 1s tend to be a little bit smaller, or yeah, a little bit lower than the other two. So it would work out well for us. That is not a dryboard 1 though, that has just spawned, and I've pushed those slightly too far. So I'm going to rearrange that, and then we'll go and see what's just spawned out of our factory. So what is our first lot here? Let's have a look. So this is a dryboards 2. Perfect, because that can immediately go on our second trailer. And yeah, we can get a third trailer. We have the money to do it. I have decided, I think, that we're going to have a clean start when we move across to Silver Run Forest. What we'll do is we'll sell everything up here. We will then take the money over to Silver Run and nothing else. That way we get a nice clean start over on Silver Run Forest. And we get to explore the equipment that's in the DLC. That's not to say we might not end up with some equipment that we've got on here over there. The Phoenix here is just a cracking setup. And for carting stuff and doing things like that, it's brilliant. So we might end up with that still over there. But the one we've got, I think our Phoenix here has quite a few hours on it anyway. Yeah, this has got 40 hours on it, our current Phoenix anyway. So I'd probably want to get a new one rather than, as somebody rightly pointed out, shipping all this equipment from Europe over to the States, where Silver Run Forest is based. So yeah, we're going to go with that. That looks like a dry boards 1. That is a dry boards 1. That needs to go on our first trailer, not on our second. And then, yeah, dry boards 3, when those start popping out, we're going to have to go and get a third trailer, I think. Thankfully, these whole trailer setups are reasonably cheap. So this is, no, it's another dry boards 2. So, yeah, we've not got any dry boards 3 out. At the moment, it seems to be alternating between the 1s and the 2s. We will eventually get a 3 out and get those sold. They're all worth about the same. The only thing that we've had is we've had a big request. I try to remember what they're called. But yeah, a great demand. We've had a great demand on the dry boards 2 a couple of times. It's why we have fewer dry boards 2 overall. And it looks like we'll easily fit 6 of the dry boards 1s. We will fit 4, maybe 6 of the dry boards 2. And I think the dry boards 3 are about the same. Let's have a look at this. What is this? That is also a dry boards 2. So that will go on here. And yeah, I'm not sure how many... Is there any litres difference between the dry boards 1s, 2s and 3s? So that is 1700 litres. That is 1700 litres. I'm looking at this and kind of going, considering they're all worth the same amount of money, for the amount that you can stack on a trailer, dry boards 1 would be worth doing. And I think looking at the sell price of these, 13, yeah, they all seem to be about the same price. High point for dry board 1s are 1654, 1795 for dry boards 2s, but they tend to peak in October, which is when we've had the great demands, and then yeah, again in July, 1644. I'm expecting the dry boards 2s to be about the same price as the others when we come to do a July sell-off. We're going to be jumping forward a few months to do that, just before we switch. And yeah, again, this is a dry board 2, so this needs to go onto our second trailer. Almost as if it knows that I don't have the third trailer yet. All it's given me so far is dry board 1s and dry board 2s, which is really odd, especially considering that we've got fewer of either of those than we have of the 3s. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. I think I'm going to need to start strapping these down though soon. Yeah, that is... So we've got 4 of those on there. I think that is probably a safe stack of those. What have we got on here? This is our first dry board 3 come out. Let's have a look at our production now and see what we've got. So yeah, we've got 1 more dry board 2 that can come out. We've got plenty more 1s and 3s that can come out. This is going to be a case of we'll get these trailers stacked up. We'll get them ready. And then when it comes to doing sales, we'll be immediately ready for that. And then the rest, we're going to have to sort of stack on the outside. So did I say this is a 3? Yeah, this is our first 3 to come out. So actually, let's put that down. And I think what we'll go and do is we'll go and get ourselves a 3rd trailer. We can bring it over here with the JCB. And we can get 3 trailers all set up for when we want to sell. And we can empty the rest out and stack them ready to load up later. So as I said, the dollies are not very expensive for this. Where are they? Yeah, there they are. Lizard pup trailer frame. Perfect. So we want this. I'm going to put the Phoenix tires on it with white decals. Frame and rim color will leave. And I am going to go no plate. Okay. 5,500 is not expensive for that. And then on top of that, we want a flatbed. So we've just got the standard flatbed. Main color, I am going to go with the olive aged. There we go. And by that, again, that is 4,500. So it's 9,000 for that. We easily pay for that with our setup or with a trailer full of these. So, yeah. Let's bring this around, hook this up. And I think this will hook up to this JCB. I hope it will. If it doesn't, I'll have to bring my truck round. Yeah, there we go. Hook that all up. And yeah, this JCB actually really useful as a piece of equipment to shuttle stuff around the yard as well. I really like it. And I think we need to have something like this when we move over to Silver Run. Something to sort of move stuff about. I will be keeping an eye out very much for that. Further back. There we go. Be right in it to do it. And now we can take this over and get this in a position where we can start loading up some dryboard 3s. So again, one of the nice things about our JCB here is it's really, really maneuverable. So if I want to get this in as close as possible to the place where I want it to hook up, just do that and get it at a really obtuse angle, and then come in here and disconnect like so. And then we can just pull ourselves out the way, and it means we're going to have a minimal bit of reversing to get that back trailer on. My middle trailer, actually, I did in the green. Yeah, we've got this one in the green, we've got this one in the black. There we go. Loaded that. So now we want to grab these dryboard 3s and get them onto that 3rd trailer. Nice and set up for transport later on. So we've got probably I think after this episode, we've probably got 2 episodes left on here. So the plan for the next couple of videos is going to be one final push next time to get as much wood and logs and everything processed as we can. After that, I think the plan is going to be to load up and sell. We'll move forwards to July and load up and sell, which will line up quite nicely with moving into Silver Run in August and doing that way. These are dryboard 2s. Right, so now I want to start stacking up by side here. Yeah, and sort of setting ourselves up to then immediately move into Silver Run, sort of about 3 weeks' time. With that close to the release of the logging map and the Platinum Edition, we'll then be going twice a week for forestry. So we'll probably be doing forestry Friday and forestry Tuesday, possibly, initially. I haven't decided exactly which day. We might, that first week, go Friday and Monday, possibly. But yeah, we are going to be having a nice little play around with Silver Run Forest and doing our setup. I think we'll earn enough money off here from what we own to do at the very least a start from scratch setup. What do we own? So we own this big area of land. It's 147,000 is the value of it. Plus we've got our owned equipment. So we've got 24,000 in the tractor. Our Phoenix is worth 18. Our car is worth nothing. We've got lots of these pup trailers to sell at about 5,000 each. Forestry equipment, yeah, we've got a fair amount there. Front loaders, got 4,000. So yeah, I think we're gonna have enough to do a start from scratch setup. Without having to have a loan, and we're going to continue the whole no loan setup, Dryboard 1, for that as well. So the idea being that it will be very much a continuation of our Forestry Friday series when we move over to Holmåkra, just with all of our investment and our money from here going into getting ourselves set up on there. And I think for that setup, it's going to be very much a buy as much land as I can and lease the equipment. And hopefully we can stay ahead of the cost of leasing the equipment by how much we progress with doing the forestry. This is our last set of Dryboard 1s that we're going to be able to load on here. So we can strap all this down after this. And that's... Dryboard 1s are so much less tall that we can definitely get them 3 high on there. I think we're going to end up really top heavy if we do the same with the 2s and the 3s. So yeah, we can fit more Dryboard 1s on. May mean we end up with just a load of 2s and 3s later on. But at the moment, that is working in our favour. I'm having to jump out and check every time exactly which we've got. The 1s are easy to spot. The 2s and 3s are in the same size boxes. So yeah, have to get out, check them, and then load them up if necessary. But yeah, it's all about emptying out our factory today, making sure that we are ready to go and make that money as soon as our prices are up to the £1,600 mark and maximize how much we're going to get off here. I think we're going to make a lot of money off here this year. We've got our process nicely down. Those are 3s, and so those will be the last ones going onto our trailers today, ready for transport when the price gets up to a level that we want. Right, with that on there, let's back that off, and then we'll strap down the 3s. Perfect. So yeah, that is quite a lot of money's worth of wood on there. How much do we still have in here? We are looking at still 10,000 litres of each of the 1s and the 3s. Not enough to make a pallet of the 2s at the moment. This is a Dryboard 2. So if we put the 1s here and the 3s here, that will allow us to see how much more we've got to transport. Plus, whatever it is that we get processed, or whatever it is we get cut next time and down here. So, as I said, these are the 1s. I think this is a pack of 1s. Yeah, it looks smaller than the... Nope, this is a pack of 3s. Never mind, we'll put the 3s here then, and the 1s down the nearest to our place. And that way, we can keep a better track of exactly how much more we need to load up. But yeah, looks like we're going to be in a very good position. We're looking at least £2,000 per pallet we've got on there. So that is 12,000 on the first trailer, another 8,000 on the second, so that's 20,000 between the first two. So 28,000 trailer, sorry, a convoy that we take, and we are still producing pallets from this warehouse. That is absolutely fantastic. I think how far we get in this series is going to be really interesting. We've started with start from scratch on here, but with no loans. So we immediately had to repay the £200,000 loan that you get with start from scratch. So running no loans on here, we started with 300,000. We know that our land is worth about half of that. So what we need when we've sold everything else off really is another 100,000. Well, it's yeah, sorry, 150,000. We can certainly get to that with the equipment. Can we get to that though with the remaining wood? Can we need to make about 100,000. That will be 4 trips at the best price, roughly. It's gonna be a tough one. We know we've got 1 trip. We know that we are coming up to a second trip with what we have here. If we can process enough woodler next time and get ourselves in a position where we've got plenty going through our factories, we might just have enough in order to hit that 300,000 target. I would love for this series to have been a success, for us to have made a profit, no matter how small, with our setup here. It would be fantastic. It would mean that we would basically be going into Silver Run though with just £300,000, which is gonna be not a huge amount of money to fully explore that. So it's gonna be very much, I think, buy what we can forestry wise, lease our equipment and go from there, and try and make money as quickly as possible on there in order to max things out. Right, we've got nothing spawned out of the factory. Let's have a look then. And yes, that has done it. Now, interestingly enough, we still have 47,000 litres of planks, 46,000 litres of boards 2, and 47,000 litres of boards 3 to come through this. So there is a ton of material to work its way through here still. And it's a 1-to-1 as well on all 3 of these. So yeah, that is a huge amount of money that we can make from that. And well, that's right there, just in what still needs to be processed. Very much is the money we need. So I think we're going to be successful on here. How successful is going to be a good question. It's going to be a lot of trips on that day to get that done. We've got another full load of 3s and a bit more here. 2s are fairly low, but we know why that is. And we've got a full load of 1s ready to go as well. So, yeah, all in all, that's pretty good. I'm very, very happy with that. This, though, we need to now work out how best to do so. I might go cut some trees, actually. I think we might just head back up the mountain quickly and get these done. So take that off, take that off, and, yeah, move our Phoenix out the way, and hopefully that will stop that jiggling. That'll settle down in a minute. Hopefully won't have exploded too much by the time we come to take those. And yeah, let's head back up the mountain because we still have a lot of daylight today. We've got a little bit of cleanup to do around here. There's a few stumps and bits. I've actually got my Phoenix up in the next area that I want to do. But I think we want to try and clear these stumps we got out here first. So again, with our tractor, let's get that on the front. Lift it up. Turn it on. And we can grind these stumps out before we head back down to the main farm. Logging area, to our logging camp, and clear those up. Now, this is the kind of area I would go and replant, I think, if we were spending longer on here. And, yeah, just sort of get this all replanted, get a good set of trees here, stuff that's easy for us to cut over time, and just be a really good little area. Down with that. And up. It's the only problem with this is that, yeah, you lower it down, and you can end up with a whole load of worked ground. It seems to have an automatic ploughing ability. There we are, down and across, and I think that is all the stumps cleared out of this area. Yep. So let's turn that off, and we'll take this over here, and I can show you the area that I want to work next. Which is that flat bit up the top there. So let's drop this off here. Nicely out of the way. Oh, we need to lower it first. And there we are. Yeah, it'd be nice if that didn't work the ground. Well, I don't know why it works the ground around here. It's not a plough. So I'm guessing all of this land is actually set out as farmable land, which is really interesting. Because normally it would have no effect on ground otherwise. Oh, right, yeah. We need to pop down to the main yard because we need to go and drop off our Tazoslo. So actually I dropped the Tazoslo off up the top of the mountain because very likely we might need its chain at some point. And we're going to hook this up. Like, I really, really do like this 3-point forestry harvester. It is such a brilliant piece of kit. Has made a massive difference to us here, and we will definitely, if there's nothing like it in the DLC, we'll definitely be taking this with us on to the new map and seeing if we can get those set up and use this to get some early tree harvesting done, rather than using the chainsaw. We should have some. I think we are running version 1.8.1 of Farm Sim, so we should have some extra lengths that we can play with here. Although I think this already has some extra lengths. God, this is struggling up this mountain. Yeah, we're gonna get, I think, a crawler tractor or something like that when we move over to Silver Run. Something that's a little bit more stable on the slopes than our New Holland, that has done us very well at this job, but has still been quite iffy on some of these slopes. So this is the area of trees we are going to cut. I'm going to start with the ones higher up the slope, I think. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know if it's in it, but certainly in the blog we saw the new setup for how you mark where, or how you select where you're going to cut on trees and things with these harvesters. And it looks really, really cool. Now, why won't this unfold? I think, no, I've got everything connected up there and there. So I need to unfold it. It won't unfold for me. That's weird. There we go. Had to do it on the keyboard. Wouldn't do it on my side panel. I can't remember if that was a thing. But we'll activate it. And yeah, so in the Giant showed in a blog earlier in the week, when you move a wood harvester around like this, it will show on the nearest tree a line, a glowing line. And then that will be where you're aiming to cut it, really. And when you get to that line, when you get to that position, it will go and turn. It will turn green, and you'll be able to do it. Why is that doing that? That's the camera. Open, close, up, down, yeah. I forgot that my controls need reconfiguring. So, yeah, before the DLC comes out, my controls need reconfiguring, because at the moment, they don't quite work as they should. For harvesters. Alright, that should cut it, I think. Let's give it a try. No. Let's bring this up. It will tell me then when I want to cut. We need to change the cut length as well. We need 5 meters on the cut length. Yeah, that line is going to make things so much easier, because we'll be able to much more easily see when we are in position to actually cut. Right, there we go. We can cut that there. Grab that. Up. And we're going to go round to this side here. Oh, that's falling the wrong way. That was close. Right, we're going to have to pull this across our the front of our tractor, which isn't ideal. I would very much like to not fall them that way. But let's cut 5 meter lengths. Yeah, the tractor won't be overly happy about that, but at least we're making a decent wood pile, be it halfway up the slope. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a pain to clean that up, but it's not going to be too bad. And now what I want to do is fold that up, back into position, back up, and we'll take the one slightly further up the slope and see if we can't do that. This tractor does have a tendency as well, I've noticed, to fall back into neutral quite often, which is I've always found that a little bit odd as well. Right, let's give ourselves some extra. Whoa, that's just no, that's supposed to give me extra hold, not less hold. And unfold. Yeah, see, this is why I want a tractor. That should have been completely off the ground. Turn harvester on and switch over to it. And now come out here and get our length out. Yeah, when at the shorter distances, it seems to be a little bit more picky. Also, I really like this camera angle. Makes things so much easier. There, right, cut it. Okay, so this is now dangerous. It's falling down mountain. We're going to send it that way. There we go. Right. So now I want to pull this in, down, and yeah, we'll get it to pile up around about here-ish, and hopefully it won't just roll straight down the mountain. Right, there we go. I am quite happy with that. We've got a couple of trees down. I've got another one fairly close to me that I think we can grab quickly. Yep. So we'll get that cut as well. And we know that 4 trees is enough for us to fill our trailer. So cut that there, up. And hopefully that falls. Yeah. If we can't get this onto our pile here. In fact, yeah, that's exactly what I can do. Perfect. That's gone a bit better than the other 2 have. And I think what you need to do is just maneuver things sometimes to fit a little bit better and make a nice pile. But yeah, there we go. That is 3 trees cut for today. We have maybe gone on a bit long, so I'm gonna finish this here. However, I think it's been pretty successful, all things considered. I'm quite happy. We're looking at having a lot of wood left over and looking like we're going to make plenty of money in the last couple of episodes on here. We are going to be getting as many trees cut as possible. We have all of these logs left over from last time. We have our log trailer here and ready. And yeah, this is our last day on the mountain. We are going to be heading down, and next time we're going to be doing a lot of delivery and a lot of dropping stuff off, because we are moving on. So we've got ourselves set up here to do some cutting. So we'll get that done first. But yeah, it's we are moving over to Silver Run Forest in just 2 weeks time, hopefully. And when that happens, I think what we're going to do is we are actually going to sell everything off. We're going to have a massive sell-off of all of our equipment. Give ourselves as much cash as we can. And with any luck, what we'll end up with is a really good amount of money. If we end up with over 300,000, we will take that amount of money over to Silver Run Forest. If we end up with less than 300,000, what we'll do is we'll start another start from scratch with no loan over there. I'm hoping that we're going to have 500,000 off it, but yeah, that remains to be seen, and I don't know whether that will actually happen. It would be cool if it did, but I'm not sure it is. Let's fold this up, move ourselves to a new position, and yeah, we need to cut some more logs, and then, as I said, we'll get them all loaded up today, and with any luck, make quite a bit. We've got quite a lot still down in our production. We have our wood chips are nearly full. We might actually have to go and I think we're going to have to go and deliver wood chips today. So end of today, I think we're going to have to do that. But we still got 10,000 liters of wood processing through. We have more than enough boards to keep everything going, and these at the moment are storing very little amounts. We did go and sort everything out last time, so we know that we've got space in there for the next few months, and that's really the thing. We're going to be moving forwards in the last between now and the last episode, and skipping ahead to the point where the boards hit the best price, and hopefully all of our production facilities and everything will have sorted themselves out by then, and we will be able to actually just get a really good price for everything. Right, let's pull that out a bit. Getting it into place and getting it to stay on the tree sometimes is fun, and I am looking forward to the new bit on the Platinum Edition, where we get the marker as we get closer, because that is going to make a big difference to getting trees cut nicely. Move that out and we'll cut it there. Hopefully our second tree will be able to stack right next to this. Either way, it's going to stop these from moving, and should be pretty good. We have enough trees to fill our trailers now already. I was just going to go through and do a whole load of cutting first, and then see where we are. Now, can we bring this round far enough? Here. Yes, we can. Oh, look at that. Right. Down you go. In you go. And hopefully we get this right. Cut. There we are. Right. Pull it out and back. And no, or swing it round, and hopefully we can get it so that it doesn't fall on our tractor. Kind of what I was trying to avoid. Right, let me reposition this. This is going to be interesting. Let's cut it here. We're going right across the back of the tractor and dropping it quite a bit, but it is holding it in that section between the tractor and the harvester. So it should be all right, I think. It's going to be a pain in the butt to pick up, though. Okay, with these now done, what I want to do is, I think, start picking some of this up. We are, yeah, we got quite a bit to collect, quite a bit to load up. I think we could probably position this truck a bit better. Still want to do it downhill, but I think if we turn it this way a bit, actually, I've got a better idea. Let's try and reverse it up into that space there and see if it will actually fit between these trees. I do like this. I have some people, there has been some suggestions to keep the TLX, but the overall thought seems to be, let's check out the stuff that's available in the DLC and go from there and try using that stuff first, and then if we want to, we can come back later and add in things like the TLX and bits like that. There's new Volvo trucks and things like that I want to try. So yeah, we're going to go with that. Right. Want to put the stump there in the middle, and we want to be careful now to not knock this, because if we do that, we might get this trailer stuck on this tree, and yeah, we'll probably get the front trailer stuck on that tree. Which will be a pain to try and sort out. We got enough space here though, and plenty of logs. Let's get these loaded up. With the Platinum Edition getting closer and closer to release at the moment, it's we're getting more and more information about the kind of things. Of course, yesterday's blog was all about the new production chain stuff. And the new construction projects that you can take part in. Lots of stuff. Obviously, it's all about transport and delivery, and you're not doing any of the construction yourself. You're just delivering various things to it, which is really interesting, because a couple of the things that you're delivering makes me wonder if we're going to have a little bit of mine collection or mine stuff on it, simply because things like metal rolls of metal and things need to be delivered. So yeah, I think you're going to be farming those or mining those maybe, or mining raw metal and taking that to a refinery of some sort maybe, which is pretty cool. I'm loving the fact that it's a lot of production chain stuff you can get involved in and do more, and really brings out the sort of the more rugged forestry side of things, where there would be mining operations and things like that. I think it's going to be a really interesting map, Silver Run. I'm hoping that the stuff that you can do on Silver Run will be transferable to other maps. I do know that you can't move the roller coaster, for example, to other maps, but I'm hoping that you could possibly put in similar functionality in other maps. Would be pretty cool, especially if there are new things like metal and things like that that you can take from other places. That would be pretty awesome. Or I'd love to see map makers go another level with it. So have projects and things in their own maps based on taking bits and pieces and doing that. I think that would be really awesome. So I'm intrigued to see what will happen. I'm looking forward to having a go at it with on Silver Run, and we're probably gonna hit Silver Run pretty hard early on. I think we'll do a few episodes in a row on there before we settle back down into our normal sort of series slots with everything. But it's yeah, I think it's going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to the variety that Silver Run is going to afford us, and it should be pretty cool. We, of course, here are getting some fairly full trailers, which, if we sell all of these planks and all of this wood and everything, I think we're going to set ourselves up on Silver Run very, very nicely. I think we're going to have a lot of money to practice stuff with. And whether we do the... I think I'm going to go, rather than doing a lot of borrowing money, I think we'll keep doing the no loan setup that we have on here. And instead, I think we might end up doing some lease to buy with equipment and trying stuff out that way. Because if we get some lease to buy stuff and then we find that we're able to keep up the money coming in and do things like that, I think it's going to be quite cool. Whereas, I think if I borrow money, I'm just going to run out very quickly and not get through testing as much equipment as I want to. This actually is a really great way to pick these up. Because I'm on a slight slope here, it's fairly easy for me to push them up the slope and pick them up fairly straight, which is great because it just means that we get more logs at once, which is utterly brilliant. I'm also slightly surprised with how many logs this trailer is holding. I was not expecting to get 4 full trees on here. In fact, no, this is the thing. I think I underestimated. We get 4 full trees on here regularly. So yeah, I need 8 trees in total to sell. Also, I think I'm going to have to get the tractor around the other side and get this off this tree. Either that or cut this this tree out of the way. Because at the moment, that trailer is not going anywhere. I think that's the first time I picked up 4 logs. It dropped down to 2 very quickly. But yeah, I did manage to actually pick up 4 logs then. I think I've got to the point with the first trailer here where I can probably fit these on and then that's it. We're going to have to go round the other side though. And push the truck back up the mountain because although we've got the trees there that are very useful, they have stopped the trailer, but it's not going to move unless I actually push the truck back up the mountain. It's got stuck on, well, yeah, 2 of its prongs have got stuck. So we'll just get these dropped off and in. Which, yeah, we are now full enough, I think, to lock this down. We're having a lot of trouble getting... Because I can't lift anything higher. I've got to try and reverse out and slowly lift this. But, yeah, lots of this is now looking a little bit unstable. So we'll lock all these down. And then I'm going to go the other side of the... oh, wow, what am I stuck on? I think I've grounded myself on that stump. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I've got to go round the other side and just push the truck sideways a little bit to get it back up the top so that we can load up the back part of the trailer. So what I'm going to do is just close this right down and use the top of this on here to just nudge this a little bit sideways, and I'm not sure that's going to be enough. We might have to try and... Oh, I know where we can lift it. If we lift on the axe on the trailer here, that might do it. Nope. Okay, gonna have to rethink this. The maneuvering and repositioning of things, and I've got the truck off the trees. I want to move it far enough away, really, and in a good enough position so that hopefully that doesn't become a problem again. It's one of those things where you load something up and it moves all the time because you're loading it up, and especially with logs, where the logs and the physics of the logs tend to make it move a bit anyway. That's all right though, because we've only got these bits left to load up here, and yeah, then I think we're going to need to cut a couple more trees and grab some more wood. But this is the last log from these first set of trees. There's a couple more here that I think we can pick up by hand and throw them on. But yeah, this log here that I'm trying to get under at the moment is our last one. Sometimes you can get under them, and sometimes it's not so easy. But since I started doing it that way, I've picked up far more logs and got it done far quicker than I think I have ever before with doing forestry on here, or on farm sim in general. Let's see if we can even these out a bit. It's getting this. There's a section that I have to get over the trailer. Yeah, and then I can get in and just ease these about a bit, and then hopefully just come round the back and push some of these in from the back. That way we'll even things up a little bit, and means that logs should sit better in general. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. That's much better. We'll fit more logs onto the trailer now because of that. Let's grab these last two. Is that one? Yep, that one's light enough to put in. So we'll come this way with that. Like so. And then there's another one over here. I think this is one is light enough as well. Yep. So we'll grab that and put that into... Just drop that there. Pick up the end of it. Like that. And then that will slot in there. Like so. I might need to push a couple of these other ones in as well. By the looks of it, they're looking at a little bit of an odd angle. In odd angles. Let's get that one in. And yeah, there's one there that's pushed out or sitting out a little bit far. So I want to line that up and get that pushed in as well. And then that is that done. So, oh, depth perception in Farm Sim is not good. There. So just push that in. And in fact, wow, all of those could go in a little bit. But that's all good. Let's grab this tree behind me, I think. See if we can't get that done. So Z. Unfold. And then we should be good. Cut it here. And then bring it that way. Yeah. Like that. And I'm going to take it out a bit as well. Like that. That way. And if we drop over there, it should be easier for us to pick up. So cut it. And we'll see how much this fills our trailer. I think it's going to take probably 2 more trees looking at this. I don't think this is going to... Oh, no. This is going to give us enough to fill this trailer. I mean, it's only 6 logs anyway. And like, grab the first 2. Nope, just grab the first 1. Are these too thick to go on there together? Yeah, that's not going to stay. Nope, it's going to be 1 at a time to start with. Last 2 from this tree will fit on here nicely. And yeah, we might be able to get 2 more trees on here. But I'm very aware of the time and the fact that it's January and it's going to get dark fairly early. So let's get these on here. Like so. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Right. How much space have we got? I think we've got space for at least 1 more tree. Probably 2. So let's back this up to here. Push that down. And fold it out. I think it's time to take another tree. So we'll extend the arm out. Drop it down as low as we can. And cut. And then we'll bring it around this way. Get it to fall like that. And I think we'll probably have to lift up to do this. Because otherwise, yeah, it's going to have a problem. But it is across the slope, which is really useful. Because I think that's going to give us a very, very good pile of wood. Yeah, look at that. That's probably my best pile yet. I'm really happy with that. It fell apart a little bit at the end, but even then, I'm not sure that that's the case. Yeah, brilliant. Right, fold that up and load these up. This is the last log from this tree. That is going to get so stuck. Nope, we're all right. And we're looking pretty full on this back trailer. Not as full as the front trailer is, but the big difference is that we probably overloaded the front trailer. It's getting harder and harder to put logs onto this back trailer. Do you know what? I think we can probably get one more tree on this. Right, we're going to try for one more tree. It is, after all, our last set of logs from this map. So we might as well have a go. Let's unfold this. Open up the harvester. And that is pretty spot on for where we want it. Let's switch over to the right piece of kit. Push it into place. Down. Take it as low as possible. And bingo. Right. Why will you never fool how I want you to? Never mind. Should be able to cut it here and pick it up from here as well. Looking good. So that is all done. We want to get this then. Turn it around, turn our tractor around, come and pick these up and get them loaded into our trailer. This is definitely our last tree. The final log. And I was right, there's just enough space on that trailer to fit one more tree. Yeah. And we just need to get ourselves under this log. And nice and straight onto it. Flick up. Close the claws. And, yeah. Now, I just need to get it onto this trailer. Definitely, what did we go for? We went for the 6M. I think that was a mistake. I think I said this before. I said this with a couple of previous videos on here. I think going for the 6M instead of the 7M was a mistake. We'd have done better with the larger grab on here. And this tractor does have the horsepower to handle the 7M. Right, go on. There we go. Right, the last thing I need to do then is we need to come around the back. Some of these are very, very far back. Much further back than they should be. So we're going to close up this. Push this down. And then see if we can push some of these on from the back. And just get this loaded up a little bit better. Should be able to do it. Yeah, there we go. Just sort of nudge them on a bit with the head. And yeah, that will just make things a little bit more stable. Wow, this is the fullest we've had these trailers, I think. Really is. So, yeah. All we need to do now is go and clean up the stumps. So to do that, we're going to put our stump grinder on. And yeah, I made a comment last time that I was surprised that this did, or that I thought that the whole map might be some sort of tillable field. But discovered that actually these will till any ground, which is really useful if you're doing start from scratch or survival on somewhere like No Man's Land or a map like that, because you then don't need to get a plow out and do that. This would be a far more effective way of doing it, I think. Right, let's get these stumps out of the way. It would have been more useful, I think, possibly, to have had these stumps out of the way before we started loading things up. But seemed to be a fairly backward way for me to do it. Plus, we had some wood sitting on top of the stumps. So that would never have worked anyway. Lovely quick job. to go and get rid of these. Providing we can get anywhere near them. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's got it. Back off a bit. One last stop to go. And that has cleared them all. Perfect. Right. This then can sit up here until we come to really collect everything and get it all sold. Meanwhile, we have the really interesting job of getting these two very full trailers down this mountain. It's going to be a little bit nerve-wracking. Yeah, there's a lot of weight on here. So I think slow and steady is going to be the answer, because otherwise we are going to end up on our side. Just look at how steep that is. And I've got the brakes on right now. Down and round. Head for our road. I think the one regret I have is that we didn't get far enough or didn't have enough time to extend the road the whole way up. It'd be nice to have had a nice flat approach all the way down. But, or a nice even approach all the way down, because that is far from flat. And sort of to have gone and developed our sawmill area or our base camp area a little bit more. However, we have done quite a bit on here, and I'm really quite happy. So let's get these logs down to the bottom. The scariest bit of driving on any map is down this, and it is just brakes the whole way. The most difficult one to get up and the scariest one to go down. Just so steep. Yeah, I've got my foot on the brake at the moment and we're still going 30 miles an hour. And you need to be careful coming down here and coming down to the bottom, especially when you're loaded like this. That hill isn't the most dangerous part. It's coming round here, and you need to then take this corner really, really slowly. Otherwise, you'll end up on your side and in that ditch very easily. Let's bring this in here and unload the wood. You can see all of our planks ready for delivery next time. Right. Oh, I am in the building. We need to back this off a little bit. Right, that should unload the first part. So, currently we have 3,100 litres of wood. That has unloaded everything and taken it up. Oh, no, it hasn't. Not quite everything. But it's taken up by 45,000 litres of wood. And we've still got a little bit more to unload. There we go. 57. So, another 10,000 litres pretty much. That is a lot of wood. Well, that was 55,000 litres of wood that we just delivered here. That is utterly, utterly insane. We are not done yet, though. This is the end of the road for the logging trailers, but we do need to do one last job today. There is a massive amount of wood chips, nearly 50,000 litres of wood chips. So we need to get those all emptied out. Oh, I thought I'd disconnected. That's the second time today that's happened to me, where I thought I've disconnected this trailer and it's not disconnected it. It's very, very weird. Right, but we want to take that off because we need to come here and hook these trailers up, load up with wood chips, and then we're going to make the long trip down the other side and get... let's hook that up first. And get the wood chips sold because we need to make space for the next. There we go. Trying to get it into the right position so that it'll actually connect the trailer and fill it with some wood chips. First trailer full, 21,800 litres. Let's get the right bit selected. So undo that, close that up. And then we can fill our second trailer. And this is going to almost empty all of the wood chips from the factory. And there we go. Second trailer full as well. 43,640. That leaves us with 4,446. And yeah, we are going to end up with a lot of stuff to sell next time. Gonna be quite a busy time next time. I think we may end up having to get some more flatbeds to finish that off. But what we're going to do today is head over to the other side of the map and get these wood chips sold and get us some more cash in. And we've made it all the way down to the other side as it's coming up to 3 in the afternoon. Oh, overshooting. Always overshoot for that because I can't seem to break well enough. But we've made it. And so our sell point for wood chips is over here. I'm expecting us to pretty much have a second full set of wood chips with all of that wood that we're putting in. I think we're going to end up with more wood chips to sell next time. So I'm not too concerned about that. And also, we probably aren't at the best price for wood chips right now. But there's not really a huge reason to worry about the best price for wood chips. As you can see, they only give us 3,000. Oh, disconnected the wrong bit. There we go. Disconnect that. Forward with this. And yeah, this has worked very, very nicely. I'm so pleased with our entire setup on here. Right, let's select the right thing and tip that. See what we get for this. About another 3,000 I'm expecting. And yeah, 3,035. We're taking our Landy, which we haven't driven in a very long time, down to the main sawmill. We've got all our tractors, we've got all our other equipment and everything down there already. We've got just our trailer up at the top, up at our logging camp, still kicking around up there. Otherwise, everything is down at the mountain and we are getting ready to move over to Silver Run Forest. Now, we may be moving over there and starting on there in tomorrow's video, or it may be later, but we are definitely moving to Silver Run from here. And as I said last time, I think we're going to sell everything off when we leave here. I want to kind of have a fresh start, have a fresh set of equipment and everything, and really explore the DLC a bit. So we got the Phoenix loaded up. We loaded this up a couple of videos ago, so we're gonna go and take this over to the sell point. However, we also have quite a few bits left in our production. We have stopped the production of everything a few months ago so that everything could clear out. We've got 22,000 litres of dryboard 1, 21,000 litres of dryboard 2, and 22,000 litres of dryboard 3. And then sitting in the sawmill, we've got 15,000 litres, 13,300, and 15,000 litres of planks to do as well. So we're going to be getting all of those done. We also have 23,000 litres of wood chip. So this is everything we're going to be selling off. We are going to start off with a trip down the far side of the map and go and drop these off and see how much we start off with. And I will go through what prices we're selling everything at today, once we get down there. One thing I'm not going to miss is the very long journey over to the other side, coupled with these steep hills. This is about the most I think we can put this truck through. We've taken one trailer behind it before. This is now two very highly stacked trailers pulling behind it. It can pull it, and it is doing it, but it is really pushing it to its limit. And yeah, I've loved the TLX on here. It's been really useful. But it's got to the point where it's I think struggling a little bit to deal with what we're trying to do with it now. And we're down the other side of the mountain. These trailers are not overly stable. I'm very, very pleased I didn't actually load these any higher than we have, because I think I'd have ended up on my roof had I done that. I don't think it's this turning. I think it's the next one. I always get it slightly wrong and then overshoot the next turning, but it is over here. We are down to just 579 pounds overall. And the aim is going to be to try and get over 300,000. We can get over 300,000. We're going to be starting Silver Run with some extra money on what we started here with. If we get less than 300,000, what we're going to do is start Silver Run with 300,000. No! Really? I've made it all the way here before we're over. Ah, all the way. Right. So I'm going to have to disconnect these. And try and get this back on its wheels, and then see if we can get the trailers back on their wheels. There we go. Repair truck has been and gone, and we've got everything collected up and back onto the trailers. Now we can just back them up. Oh yeah, I was going to go over exactly how much we're selling these items for. So if we have a look down here, dry board ones, the price is dropping, but we are near the top. 1680 is what we're after. 1660 is what we've got. 1640 is what we got, and 1795 is what we're after. It is a bit lower for dry board 2 at this time of year, and this is mainly because we've had great demands every October. And then 1630 is what we're after for dry board 3. And 1606 is what we're getting. So, yeah, prices have topped out. We are a little bit below best price, but it should be all okay. And at this point, it is selling them all off. So, 16,928 for all of our dry board ones. We'll then hook up the first trailer for the dry board 2s. And get them on. So like that. What I might do is set the wood from the sawmill to automatically sell. We've got a lot of stuff to transport today, and I'm a little concerned. It's saying I only got 6,800 litres. I suppose we only do. So yeah, it's going to take 2 or 3 just to get the boards across. Oh, I'm damaging my truck again. But that will all be gone in a moment. There we go. 11,000 from the dry board 2s. And then we'll just disconnect this trailer. Connect up the third one. And we should be able to get the dry board 3 sold as well. So yeah, a lot of transports to get this all done today. So the dry board 3s into the sell point. Sell them off as well. And 39,581 is our total. We are going to need a lot more of this. We need, well, I think we need another 3 to 4 trips over here. We've got the time to do it, but it's what's going to take us the time at the moment is loading it up. And, yeah. Oh, we've also got some of some wood chips to get over here as well. So back to the sawmill. Let's go and grab load number 2. And swiftly back to our sawmill, and we can load up again. Thankfully, because of the way we've been stacking these, we should have a fairly easy time of getting this refilled, even if I've not put things in the greatest of places. Whoa, no. No, definitely not. That's a bit... Oh, no. No. Even if I bring that in... Yeah, it's quite hefty. Yeah, 2 of them we can do. Just. It's not overly happy about it, but 2 of them we can do. So, in and on. A little bit higher. And like that. Just need to reposition this a little bit. So it's in a better position. That is the other, or the final 2 dry board 1s on that. So we'll put all of those down. Then what are we getting out of here? We're getting dry board 2s out of here. That is dry board 2, yeah. So the factory should be producing dry board 2s at the moment. We can unload those and then hook up the dry board 3s, of which we have more than enough to fill our back trailer. So what I've done is we put a dry board 3 on the second trailer. I'm filling up the back trailer with dry board 3s as well. We're going to have a single dry board 3 left here. But I can't really help that as, yeah, we had an odd number to start with. And we only have 1 space left on our trailers. This trailer and this load should end up being worth a little bit more money than our last one was. And we're back down to our sell point. I'm going to try and take things a little bit slower this time. See if we can actually make it up here without tipping everything over. So, up we come. Yeah, it's anything that's a really sharp corner, you have to massively slow down for. Because the very last trailer, the very back trailer, has a tendency to want to tip over. It really, really does. So what we're going to do, disconnect this trailer. Back in these first set and get these sold. It should be fairly easy to get in this side door and do like that. This has been a really hardcore map for forestry, and it is such a long way to deliver this stuff. I've been very, very tempted on my time here just to do the auto delivery and get things going. In fact, given the amount of time we've got today, and the fact that I wasn't expecting to have any of them kicking about, I'm just going to sell straight up the wooden planks. We've got at least 2 trips with dry board 1s, and probably 2 to 3 trips with dry board 2s and 3s. So let's get these into selling mode. And we'll get them to sell today. Meanwhile, we are going to keep doing these and keep delivering the boards, I think. Let's connect that up. Disconnect this one. Like so. And then we can just back that trailer full in. And like we did last time, we're going to swap the trailers over. So that's this second trailer selling with some dry board 2s and 3s on. That's 10,000 off of those. And then finally, we want to hook up the other one and get those sold too. So last set in, and we end up with 78,000, another 10,858. Not a massive difference in price between the dry board 2s and 3s then. Because there wasn't a massive difference in price between that second and that third trailer. So, yeah, not too bad. We just need to hook this back up. And time to head back to the sawmill and grab load number 3. On our way back, the planks have all sold, and we now have 132,611 in the bank. So that's added roughly 50,000 into our coffers, which is not bad at all. Not as much as if we'd delivered them ourselves, but we just don't have time, unfortunately, today to go through all that. And I wasn't expecting to get money from those planks originally. I was hoping everything was going to process and we're going to be able to do it that way, but just not the case, unfortunately. Right, so we got some dry board 3s here. These need to go on our far back trailer, and then we can start loading up from our factory the 60,000 odd litres of dry boards we still need to deliver, which is, yeah, quite a bit still to go. The order the factory is outputting these out seems a little bit odd. It's putting out, well, it's just put out 2 dry board 1s, and we've had a dry board 2 and a dry board 3 come out as well. And that, yeah, so it's now putting out another dry board 1, which is odd. The order it's putting them out, definitely a little bit weird. Because that, I can easily tell a dry board 1 because of the size of it. It's a much flatter, much smaller packet, which is how we're able to get them stacked 6 high on the first trailer. Whereas we can only go 4 high on 2 back trailers. But the dry board 2s and dry board 3s are very difficult to tell apart. Unless you walk up to them and actually check what they are, they don't do. So you can see here, nothing telling you on the outside what these are, but it is a dry board 2. So that will go on our second trailer. And then if we get dry board 3 out next, that'll have to go on the second trailer as well. And hopefully it'll either be another 2 dry board 2s, or we'll get 2 dry board 3s out. I don't want to mix it up too much. But yeah, we're going to just try and stack them on the trailers as they come. And go and get them delivered. But that's 2 dry board 2s on the second trailer. What have we got on here? Either way, it's going on this second trailer. Because I want to keep this as clear as possible and do as little faffing about in the yard as I can. That's gone to the side. Yeah, that's a dry board 2. So yeah, I can't tell what is going to get produced from this factory next. There seems to be very little rhyme or reason to it. So what is our final pallet for this run? I mean, this is the thing. So I can put the forks under here. I can't tell what this is. I do have to walk up to it. That's a dry board 2. How is... Okay, so weird thing. We have 6 dry board 1s on the first trailer. We have 4 dry board 2s on the second trailer. And we have 4 dry board 3s on the third trailer. It has given me the exact set of pallets to do what I wanted to do. Which is weird. I mean, that honestly is weird for it to actually coincidentally give me exactly the pallets I wanted. Oh, I'm a little bit weirded out by that. But we have our third trip to go and do. So let's get up and round the mountain and go and get this all delivered. Up to the sell point again. Slow right down as we come in. As I said before, it's this back trailer. This back trailer just wants to lean. The more you go, or the more you lean at the front, the more it makes that back trailer lean, and the more likely you are to lose. Well, A, the cargo, and B, the entire road train. As we did at the beginning. You know, it's not great. Right, we're looking to make about 40,000. We are expecting to hit the 70,000 pound mark off this. So let's reverse this up and grab our second trailer. And detach the third one. Oop. Put that away. Right. Yeah, it's all pretty good. We are on track, I think, to actually have a healthy amount of money going over to Silver Run. Our logging time here has produced quite a good income and quite a good amount. We have got all of our equipment to sell as well, of course. Yeah, that's selling. I don't think that's straight though. I know it is going to sell all of it. Another 11,000, just shy of 11,000. We're at 160,000, so yeah, I think we're easily going to hit 170,000 with this. Just one more trailer to go. Must have reconnected that by mistake. And yeah, after that, we'll have a look at exactly how much we've got left. I think we've got 14,000 litres of 1, 2 and 3 left. And I think we've got about 10,000 litres of 10,000 litres of the 3 of the ones left. So yeah, I think that's 2 more journeys, basically. 2 more journeys with these pallets, and another 80,000 on top of this is gonna put us nearing 400,000. No, putting us nearing 300,000 just on selling this, which is huge. Well, selling this and selling the excess planks that we had as well. Quite happy with that. That is a really, really good outcome, and looking like we're going to have a very, very decent start to our time on Silver Run. Oh, it's going to be good. We're going to be able to do more than just logging, I think. Back down to our sawmill. We'll wind our way into here and get ourselves lined back up. I'm not sure what our first pallet is here. Let's have a look. This is a dryboard 3, so that'll be going on our rear trailer. And how much do we have kicking about in here? We have got 11,000 dryboard 1, so that's more than one set. 14,400 dryboard 2 and 15,200 dryboard 3, plus the 1,500 we have here. So yeah, it is going to be at least 2 trips. I think the last trip is going to be a little bit of a mix and match. We're not going to have a full set of dryboard 1s. We are going to have more than enough. Nope. In fact, think about it, we're not going to have a full set of any of them in the last one, because there's yeah, this is going to give us a bit of a mishmash at the end, but that's fine. I'm quite happy to go with that. What's the betting here? Is this a dryboard 2 or a dryboard 3 sitting here waiting for us? This is a dryboard 2. Of course it is. Okay, this is getting slightly ridiculous. I have 4 dryboard 3s, 3 dryboard 2s, and 5 dryboard 1s. This is a dryboard 2, so this goes in the final slot on our middle trailer. If the last pallet out of here is a dryboard 1, then it's given me, for the second time, exactly the right set of pallets. And we've got a... almost. I can't actually put it on because we don't have the space. We need a dryboard 1. It's a dryboard 2, though. Wow. I am flabbergasted that we came so close to getting a full set of trailers again. But I'm going to have to move these dryboard 2s out of the way, and probably these dryboard 3s out the way as well, so that we can get one more. Yeah, that's a dryboard 3. so that we can get... Actually, if I leave this here for a moment, what spawns? Dryboard 1. Fantastic. So, yeah. We can't stack these on top, but I'd rather, on all honesty, get the dryboard 3 out the way and the dryboard 2 out the way and do that. But it's, yeah, it's so weird. We came so close to a perfect set of boards out of here again that it was ridiculous. Just a little bit mad. But that is another set of trailers all done. We've got probably 1,000 litres more in here of the dryboard 1s. Let's have a look. Yeah, dryboard 1s don't have a full set, so we're going to change their output mode to selling to get rid of the rest of those. Which means that we have no more dryboard 1s. And everything we take now is going to be dryboard 2s and 3s. So having strapped these up, I will see you down at the sell point. Our remaining dryboard 1s have sold and taken us up to 173,299. So time to disconnect these, sell the last 10,000 litres of dryboard 1s. Bring these in here like this. And then these are gone, done and dusted. And we only have the 2s and 3s left to deal with. Because, yeah, much easier to get these dryboard 1s here to sell. And that is another 16,444 pounds in the bank. Wow. Yeah, we really are going to break 200,000 with this. And we've got our land and we've got our equipment to sell. This is going to be a very, very good finishing position. I certainly think we're going to be over 300,000 because I think our land alone is worth like 150. So, yeah, it looks at this point like we're going to be over 300,000. Verging on at least 400,000, I think. And possibly even starting with 500,000 and no loan on Silver Run, which would be absolutely fantastic. Yeah, there we go. Breached 200,000 with that load. Another 10,000, I think, off this final trailer. And we will be all set. Last load. And 211,335 thanks to another 10,716. So back down to the sawmill and one more load. Looking at the amount we've got left to go, we only really have 2 trailers worth of this, but we do have a whole load of wood chips to sell as well. So I'd like to only do one more trip. What we're going to do then is we are going to detach this and I'm going to go and drop this flatbed off and pick up a whole load of wood chips. We've only got 23,000 litres. It looks like we've got a pallet of planks there as well. If we have space, we might go and put that on. But I'm just going to drop this flatbed off alongside all of our other stuff we have to sell because we're not going to be needing this anymore. We'll see if we can get that plank onto the trailers as well, though. There we go. So that can drop off in here along with our other equipment we've got here, and we'll just go hook up the this one here, and that way we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, get our remaining wood chips sold as well, and hopefully anything else we have kicking around this yard. So right back, connect that up, fill it with the remaining wood chips. It looks like it's going to be pretty full. In fact, yeah, 21,800 How many wood chips does that leave? 1,600. So we'll change the output of those to selling as well. Because no point in coming back for 1,600 litres of wood chips to sell. They're not going to be worth very much. And then this, we can hook on to the flatbeds here. And I'm going to load up the remaining 2 and 3 boards. And we'll see if we can get all of this down for one last sell-off. It looks like we've got one more dry board 3 pallet, which how much we got? Yeah, so we've got less than one of the rest left. So we'll change the output modes of those to selling because it's 1,700, so it's just short of one more pallet. The dry board 3 though we've got out of here. The last one, that is going to need to go on the top in the middle of that last one. And then the boards that we've got sitting in the other shed, that's going to need to go in the middle of the second trailer. And it's going to be a very precarious journey because these are going to be really high. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is going to be a very precarious journey to the sell point. But it is our last one. It is going to bring us in a whole load of money. Let's go get those dry boards and get them on here as well. Amazingly, these are boards too. So these are what would have been turned into dry boards or into dry board 2s. So, yeah, that's quite fitting that they're going on the second trailer with the remaining dry board 2s. But this is our final sell-off. We'll head up to the sell point, hopefully staying on our wheels as we get up there. And then, yeah, we'll come back here and we're going to finish off by selling everything off. Well, our remaining dry boards have sold off. We're up to 215,000 now. And I'm very slowly bringing this in here. We've made it here in one piece. Managed to do it without falling over, which is good news. We want to disconnect the back trailer this time and hop back in our truck. Get this lot delivered first. So we might get as high as 250,000 of this. We'll see. If we do, we're guaranteed then to hit 400,000. Because as I said, I think the land we own, the land we've been working, is worth 150,000. There we go. And just need to disconnect all of that so that those can sell. Wow. Oh, can we not? I think we might not actually be able to sell planks. Let's have a look. Where do wooden planks sell? Oh, drying station is the only place they sell. So, yeah, those are not going anywhere. That's unfortunate. Might just sell the rest of them, thankfully, by setting it to selling. But had we tried to bring any of those over here, that would have just not worked at all. So let's sell the rest of these dry board, or yeah, the remaining dry board 3s off as well. And then we've just got these wood chips to tip. Dry board 3 sold for another 13,305. Right, I'm just gonna hook this onto that back one. So yeah, nothing I can do about those pallets other than stick them in the drying station. Because yeah, nowhere else will they work or can anything be done with them, which is a little bit disappointing. But yeah, not much I can do, and just need to swing round and get this sold as well. And that is going to be the end of our trips over here. We just need to sell everything off. So there we go. In goes the wood chips. And yeah, these are not worth... We'll be lucky if we get to... Nope, 240,050. Wow, that entire wood chip trailer worth just £961. That's insane compared to how much we've made off the rest of it. Really not worth bringing it all the way over here. But that is the last of the selling off done. Let's get this back to the farm, or back to the sawmill, and start selling off some equipment. I'm just going to take this straight into the shed and sell it. What I will do is leave the back trailer a little bit outside so that we can grab the pallet off the back quickly and go and stick that into the factory. So yeah, we'll just grab this off the back, stick it in. That way it's out of the way and gone. Can't do much with it. It's just stuck, really. It won't process in time for us to make any money off it. I might just turn the whole processing on so that it gets a chance to process this maybe and get the money, and we won't take it to the sell point. We'll just do a direct sell of the whole thing. So come in here and then in our process, dry boards 2. Yeah. Let's turn on this. Turn this on, activate that, and yeah, let it just process that. It does. Well, it might actually do it, but we're going straight selling. So hopefully, by the time we finish today, that will give us a little bit more income. For now, though, we've got a whole load of stuff to sell off and get done and get gone. So let's get back to that. So I gathered all my stuff down from my logging camp. We got our old Fiat Agri tractor with its front loader, our wood cutter, our topper, and the Tazoslo and everything. So let's go through, see what's in there. So we're going to sell the TLX flatbed. As with everything, we're going to repaint and repair. We started with 240. Let's go through and sell these. So sell, yes, okay. Repaint, yes. Repair, yes. Sell, yes. Okay. Repaint, yes. Repair, yes. Sell, yes. Return, we don't need to repaint or repair that because that was rented. Repaint that, repair that, sell that, yes. Repaint, yes. Repair, yes. Sell, yes. And then just the log fork to do from this batch and sell. Done. 295, so 45,000 from that lot. Now we need to be careful not to sell the Phoenix. We are not quite ready for that to go. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull both these trailers all the way in first. Yeah, like so. And we'll see what's on here. So yeah, the Phoenix is in the target zone, but I'm going to try and avoid doing that. So yes. And yes. And sell. Repaint, yes. Repair, yes. Sell, yes. These trailers are not worth a lot of money. So they're not going to bring us in a huge amount. It's the TLX itself that will... Okay. That was because it was attached to the trailer. Let's repaint that. Yes. And sell. Perfect. Okay. Right. Let's take this and go and get the other dump trailer and the trailer that goes, or the bit that goes on the bottom of that as well, and then we can get those sold off too. So our dump trailer setup is next. Repaint, yes. Repair, yes. Sell, yes. Repaint, yes. No repair on that, yes. We haven't had these very long, so these have not needed repairing. There we go. And then just one last set. We need to go and get our log trailers. The last set in with the log trailers. And yeah, this is going to be where we say goodbye to the Phoenix as well. So we'll just check that there's nothing else that we've got. Yeah, we've just got those. So fine. So bye-bye pup trailer. Repairing and selling. Repaint. Repair. Sell. Repaint. No repairs and sell. And then last time, one last look at it. In fact, we'll turn its engine off before we say goodbye. Repaint for 5,000. Repair, yes. And sell. There we go. That is everything that I think we own other than our landy. But that is that we're going to hold on to. It's not worth much, to be honest. So just this JCB that needs returning as well. This is just leased, so that can go and that can go, and that is all of our equipment. The only thing we have left is this is our trailer that we need to sell. 469 for our farmhouse trailer. So, yeah, we're going to sell that off as well. And with that sold, we can now sell off our land as well. So that's this patch here. So that is all of 147,000 to add to our 355,000. We've done it, chat. Selling the land. 502,961. We've broken the 500,000. We've made 200,000 during our time here. And that is pretty awesome. Just to show you, this is only worth about 1.5 grand. So as we've gone over the 500,000, I'm not going to sell the landy. We'll hold on to that. It won't make it with us. It won't make it to the States with us. But it's time to head off into the sunset, which means that all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.